Shadala Henry Malaya Botanu, Abiyama Mabias Kakabiyako, Atakwados, Wishimeka Kwados, Barushemeka Lamam Mahe, Wisham Bene Israel, Shabbat, La Sok, Shabbat, Nedor Tam, Ola, Beni, Bene Israel, Otinona, Kisha Shakami Masada, Shadai Bashamai, where Ades Ubayum must be Shabbat, Marinafash, Barushemeka, Barubimineka, Baruturateka, Barutushateka. El Shaddai Black, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Lola Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabo Makuto Lola Mahe, Baruch Kabo Elohim Mi Kumo Lekayom, Haruhu Lola Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Sit down. Giving due respect and honor. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise, honor, and giving due respect to my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel. See, we're talking about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Now, I was reading in the book. It says, they that forsake the law, or abandon the law, abandon or forsake God's law, praise the wicked. What does praise mean? All you have to do is express approval of something that is against God. Mm-hmm. Once you start or begin to express approval of things that God is against, then you're praising the wicked, because that's not the ways of God. That's not the ways of God. Those are the ways of unrighteous people that God has rejected. And one thing we have to realize, that God don't love the world. The Creator don't love the world. He don't accept the world. Because in order for God to accept you, you have to accept what the Creator accepts. Mm-hmm. And if you don't accept what God accepts, then he's not going to accept you. We're not dealing with a God that we could spit on, defecate on, and he's going to continue to grab you and hold you and accept you and bring you in. Because once you begin to turn your back against God, guess what happens? He's going to turn his back against you. But who turned who back first? We turned our back against God first. Now, because we turned our back against our God first, the Creator turned his back against us, or against those that has turned their backs against him. Mm-hmm. And we're blessed to know what pleases God. People don't know how to please God. Because you can't give God a gift. Mm-hmm. You can't buy him candy and give him money. Mm-hmm. There's only one way to please God, is by adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes. Now, our spirit is unruly. Naturally, by nature, our spirit is unruly, and it bucks the things, that is godly. It bucks the things that is righteous. It bucks the things that God accepts. So now we have to rule our spirit to accept the things that your spirit is going to reject naturally. And in order to, which is a reprogram. We all got to reprogram ourselves to do the things that is lawful and right by God, man. So I want to speak on another thing, right? I read this in the Psalms. It says, if I have regard iniquity or injustice or evil in my heart, or anytime it speaks about the heart, it's talking about the mind. It says, God will not hear me. Now, what is regard? I went into that word regard, right? Regard means to consider. Regard means a feeling of respect and affection for. What is affection? Your attachments, tender attachments. Whatever you regard will determine your actions and your opinions, which means whatever you respect, whatever you honor, whatever you consider, it will distort your thinking pattern. It will distort your actions. It will distort your opinions because I'm considering and I have attachments to things that God hates and despises. So now my thinking pattern is off. Now my advice is off. Now my counsel is off. I'm going to counsel you according to the way I think. You will begin to counsel people according to the way you think. And that's the problem. This is why we have to be careful. We got to be careful, man. Let's go to Numbers chapter 15. Let's go to Numbers chapter 15, verse 24. But before I go there, my father always taught me. He said, when you start to speak about things that is holy and right by God, you got to use the book to substantiate what you're talking about. And all through these different camps, you hear that when during Passover, when the dough sits, it begins the leavening process. And when I was reading, see, the Most High leads you to certain things and open your eyes to certain things. And he don't show other people these things because your actions that is towards him and how you live and how clean your heart and your mind is will determine what God shows you, will determine what the Creator shows you. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go into Numbers 15. For some reason, I usually don't go into the whole chapter, so I backed up a couple verses and I came to this verse. Right? It says, of the first of your dough, ye shall give unto the Lord a heave offering. We get this. Now, they did not offer up dough or bread with leaven. They did not offer bread with leaven. You offer up anything with leaven, destruction, something catastrophic is going to go down. So that substantiates that when the dough sits, it doesn't become leaven. Because they had to take the dough. You think they made that dough immediately? They had that dough sitting there. And they took that dough and heaved it for a heave offering before God. So when the dough sits, that doesn't begin the leavening process. It's not leavening. And we're not talking about sour because kamatz means sour. Nowhere in the book said kamatz. Nowhere in the books, kamatz means sour or fermentation. When you read, it says kametz means leaven. Just leavening means just the bread. It's leavening. So let's go. Numbers chapter 15, verse 24.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without
then it shall be, if anything is committed, if you have transgressed the commandments of God by ignorance, which means what? You didn't know.
You didn't know.
I had no knowledge of.
I didn't know.
I didn't know this was happening. I don't know this is what it is. You had no knowledge that you was violating the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. So when you transgress in ignorance, it's an error. You have done it unintentionally. It wasn't intentionally. It wasn't presumptuous. Now, okay, go ahead.
that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savior unto the Lord.
Now, when you transgress and sin in ignorance before God, there's an offering that goes up. Because there's no redemption of sin until blood be shed. So in order to do these offerings so that God can relinquish or expiate or make atonement for your iniquities that have been done in ignorance, that offering has to go up. You see how far we are from God? You see the distance? And the people that we read about, they had a chance. There was a way for them to get to God and God for them to accept their transgression, accept their fault, their forgiveness, right? But we don't have that. We don't have that anymore because we don't have a priest. You cannot anoint a priest. You can't anoint a priest.
You're not a Kohen.
You might want to cut that one off.
Yeah.
Cut that one off.
You're not a Kohen, Johnny.
Come here. Stand over there. Mother, close that window. Close the window. Come over this one. Now, a priest, okay? You cannot be anointed. You cannot be, what's the word I said? Not anointed. Not promoted. You cannot be promoted a priest. You can't be promoted a priest. Okay? In order to be anointed or to be a priest, there are certain consecrations. Consecrations have to go down, have to happen. And because we don't have that, why do we have people calling themselves priests and high priests? What's wrong with you? And then you got people that it could fit there. I did it for it's 2 minutes. Okay? Now, go ahead, mate. He said, now, and it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance, right? By ignorance, without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savior unto the Lord, right? With his meat offering, and his drink offering, according to the manner, and 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering. Right. It said, and the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and this shall be forgiven them. So in order to do or have any type of forgiveness from God, you need a high priest to make an atonement. You need a high priest to make an atonement. And because we don't have a high priest to make that atonement or to make that expiation or to make a relinquish from iniquities, guess what? The same iniquities we have on us. The only way to get rid of these sins is to stop violating the laws and the commandments of God. That's the only way to get rid of these iniquities. That's the only way. So when Yom Kippur come around, get it out your head that you're starting a new slate. You're not starting no new slate. You're not starting no new slate. Go ahead.
And it shall be forgiven.
25. And the priest
shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel. And it shall be forgiven them for it is ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance.
I said, man. Yeah, this gotta go on the other side, you know? This gotta go on that side. Both holes.
Just like minor technical difficulties, guys. Teacher Shama, Chief Shama will be back in a moment.
Yeah. What verse was that?
Verse 25.
25 got it read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of
And
the
the
children
priest shall
of
make
Israel.
an atonement for who?
For all
For all who?
the congregation,
The congregation
of the children of Israel.
of the children of Israel. Do you think the congregation of the nation of these people came and repeated what the priest did? What they did? That was sin? No. God revealed these things to this priest because the priest had a connection with God, direct connection with the Creator. Any murders or anything that happened within the nation, they had to go to the priest to find out who was the culprit or who done it. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be forgiven them,
Uh-huh.
for it is ignorance.
Uh-huh.
And they shall bring their offering. A
Now this
sacrifice.
is ignorance because it was an error. We don't transgress by error anymore. Presumptuous. You know why? Because we know now. We are aware of what is wrong according to the laws of God. We are aware of that. But because of our pride, because of us being stubborn and unyielding with God, we choose our own wanton ways above. We choose our own wanton ways above what God says. And that's a problem. That's a problem, Tom Sheep.
And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel. And the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance.
And the stranger that what?
And the stranger that sojourned among them, verse 26. And the stranger that sojourned among them, and all the people, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly, when he sinned by ignorance before the Lord, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. Ye shall have one law for him that sinned through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourneth among them. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously.
But the soul that does aught presumptuously. Now the word presumptuously is with a high hand. In Hebrew is biyad ramah. Biyad ramah. Ramah is a high or a presumptuous hand, right? What is a high hand? A high hand is having or showing no regard for God. When you don't have no regard for the Creator, and when you don't regard how God feels about an unrighteous deed you've done, okay? When you don't regard how God feels about an unrighteous deed you've done, which means you don't give. Look, what is regard? lack of respect for God,
Yes, sir.
right? Showing respect for God is when you agree and accept the laws to be right. So when I don't accept or agree that the laws of God are right, then I have no regard. Okay? I have no regard for these for God, the rights or concerns or feelings of others. So if I have regard for the Creator, I'm going to be concerned about how I treat you. I'm going to be concerned about how you feel concerning a situation that I'm doing, because I'm the one that's causing you to feel this way by doing this. So because if I'm concerned about how you feel, then I'm considerate. I will pull back and say, you know what? I'm not going to do this because I'm worried and I'm concerned about how this person is going to feel, how he or she feels. Okay? Go ahead.
Whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord, that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
Now, he said, whether he be what?
Whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord.
The same reproacheth God. The same reproacheth God.
And that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
Now, the word, it also goes into arbitrary or overbearing. All right? Arbitrary is when you act without thoughts of what is fair or right, done without evidence. I do things without thinking about it. I just react, not considering if my actions will affect this person. I just react upon it. That's not right. And that's not righteousness. Seems like there's a whole line of things that we need to cover to draw God's attention towards us. It ain't only about garments and fringes, frontlet and bracelet. It is 99% spiritual. 1% you can see with the naked eye. 1%. But it's 99, 95, my pops used to say, man, spiritual. It's dealing according to your ways and how you think, how you move. That's what this law teaches us. You don't see, when you read the time with King David, before David wasn't king yet, but he was in the field with his servants, running from Saul. He protected everything that was Nabal.
Shepherds.
Because he protected everything that was Nabal, he said, listen, man, go. He sent 200 to go get food and some food and drinks and get food or whatever to bring back. Nabal railed on him. His response was harsh. Insulted him. David was going back to wipe everybody out. But his wife came with the food and she stopped. And he stopped. You know why? He said, because I've done this man good and he returned me evil for the good that I've done to you. Now God stopped him from revenging, from vengeance, from revenging himself. But guess what happened? This to show you that God did not like the actions of Nabal, because in process of time, as years went by, God killed him. That's right. God killed him, man. He was churlish in his ways. Now, overbearing is when you will begin to assert, when you assert your will over other people in an arrogant way. So my only will that I will assert over a person is the will of God. It will never be my own will. My only will that I will assert over a person is the will of God.
God ways.
That's it.
Ways of God.
That's the only will I will assert over a person. That's the only rules I will put my foot down with.
That's right.
Everything else,
That's right.
if you don't desire to do such a thing, I'm not going to force you to do it.
That's right.
I'm not going to jump down your throat because you don't want to do what I want you to do. It ain't concerning God, so what do I care?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because
Now, hold up. It says reproach it. He said the same has reproached God. The word for reproach in the Hebrew is gadeth. It means blaspheme, right? Blaspheme and reproach. Now, blaspheme is when you have no respect for God, for what God has respect for, right? Then you start to say things. You blaspheme with your mouth. You start to say things that is against God. You start to voice your disapproval with the things that God accepts. Blasphemous words, with criticize things that God accepts. That's why you gotta be careful when we start looking at and reading certain things. Certain things you read doesn't sizzle in your spirit too well. You know why it doesn't sizzle in your spirit too well?
You don't agree.
Because we have a heathenistic mentality. We are so used to our own ways that we have been raised up in, and we refuse to condemn our past. Because in order to condemn your past, you have to realize that, hey, what I was taught was wrong.
It's not right.
What I was taught before was not right.
That's right.
What I was taught before was not accepted of God.
That's right.
And then I will come towards learning about God with a clean slate, which means everything that was in my past, I have let it go. Now,
let it go.
there's nothing that I have in me to make any comparisons.
No.
I'm not going to read this and then compare it with what I was taught before, because I already denounced what I was taught before.
Right.
To reproach
Right.
means to express disapproval to. That's when you refuse to accept. You reproach God when you express your disapproval for the things that you read here that is holy and righteous according to the laws of God. Go ahead, read.
and that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
And that soul shall be cut off. The word for cut off, right, is niked. Right? Niked. Niked means to be, and that soul shall be alienated. And that soul shall be betrayed, estranged, denied. Okay? Now, cut off from among his people. Notice when it says utterly cut off, it doesn't say niked, because it's two different ways to be cut off. Now, the word alienated means to cause someone to feel, to isolate his or herself. You know what isolate means? To stay away. God has stirred up your desire and your feelings within yourself to isolate or stay away from the things that is holy and right according to what God says. Why? Because what calls this to yourself? Iniquities, sin,
I've always said it.
sin,
Push you away.
iniquities. We cause this on ourselves. Okay?
Cut off.
Estranged. Estranged. Right? To cause a person to be no longer close.
Disattached.
Right? To cause one to break that bond. You know what that bond is? The bond is the covenant, that agreement between you and God. When God says, he said, I will be your God. Only if you do according to my laws, commandments, and statutes. Now I can be your God. Now I can accept you as my people. But when we don't adhere to the things that is lawful and right by God, then God will disassociate and put that break in between us. Okay? Now, estranged also means antagonistic. Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition. You know what opposition? A feeling of opposition to go against God. Opposition means to be opposite. Opposition means to be against, to go against. When you get that desire to go against God, you're cut off.
Major.
You have to have that desire to do the things that is lawful and right. Now we can discern what place or how we stand with God. Do you have the desire to push for God? And it ain't just one thing. And it ain't just two things. You gotta have the desire to push for God 100%. And when you have that desire to push for God 100%, all circles, all boundaries, all circumferences are covered. Everything, all bases is covered. You're not just covering this base and leaving that out. You're not just covering that base and leaving that out. So we're still in the cutoff zone because we're not covering all bases. We're not covering all bases. Okay? Exactly. This is exactly what the brother said. Non-stop work on a person's self. Now, this ain't gonna come 24/7. This ain't gonna come right away. It starts by little. Little by little. You don't cover all bases 1, 2, 3 right away. Nothing happens right away. Nothing happens right away. Everything is in time, in its own time and space. But in order to get to this point, we got to start from somewhere. You got to start from somewhere. We got to start from somewhere. To deny, when one refuses to admit the truth or existence of. When you refuse to admit that what you read is true. It's true. In facts. All right? When you go against what you read, you deny God. You have denied God.
That's right.
When you go against the existence of God, you have denied God. Right. It also means betray. Betray means to be unfaithful to God. Betray means failure. When you betray God, you fail to repent. And only a certain type of person repent when he's remorseful. When he or she is remorseful or they're feeling guilt. When they have that contrite spirit to change from what they was to what God wants you to be. How God wants you to be. We read about that here. Okay? Fail to acknowledge. A lot of people fail to acknowledge that they was wrong. They won't accept. They won't accept the fact that what I did here was wrong. They still come up with an excuse of why to substantiate why they did this. And when you tell them they're wrong, they argue back and forth with you. You don't see this leads to something else. Everything that we do in life that is contrary to God leads to something bigger than what it is. Then you're wondering why this happened. Why that happened. It's because of what you did right there. It's a domino effect.
Ain't got nothing to do with me.
It's a domino effect.
It is not me.
Okay?
It's you.
Now, iniquity is betrayal to God. You speak about, betrayal. Betrayal. The real betrayal is when you betray God.
Right.
When you betray God.
Turn your back.
Because once I have that mentality to not betray God, then guess what else falls in line? I won't betray you.
Right.
I'll be loyal to you.
That's right.
But because I ain't loyal to God, how am I going to be loyal to you?
That's a fact.
How am I going to be faithful to you?
It's a fact.
If I'm not faithful to God.
Facts. Talk about
Same
it.
truth.
Live your life.
Time sheet.
Verse 31.
Uh-huh.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment.
Because he has despised the word of God. That's a heavy word. Despise is hate.
That's right.
You know what that is when a person looks like, I despise you. Like, whoa, that's a heavy, deep word. You really mean that? You really mean that? Let's see what that means. Despise, baza, means to contemn or despise. Let's go into the first one now. Despise means to look down on with contempt and aversion. With contempt and aversion. Contempt is willful disobedient to God. No matter what you tell these people, don't eat the blood and the fat. Man, you can repeat it over and over. They're going to eat that blood.
Say it, man.
Oh, they're gonna eat that blood.
Talk about it, bro.
Oh, they're going to eat that fat.
Talk about it, bro.
And this is why I tell people, Israelites, if you're watching, Israelites should not be eating Franks.
Talk about it.
Because I don't know how the animal died. I didn't make that kill.
Talk about it.
And it has blood and fat in it. Franks is a compressed of
Different
meat, gristle,
crystal,
fat, everything compressed in a casing.
The throwaways that they don't
Okay.
throw away.
And you have, I can eat the Franks. It's Hebrew National.
National is no good.
I don't care if it's Hebrew National. I don't care if it's Hebrew National. Hebrew National does not determine my diet.
Facts.
You know who determines your diet? God determines your diet.
Facts.
Stop going to these Jews, buying and buying and buying because there's a word named bitul. You know what bitul is?
Just a little.
Bitul means they are able to consume just a little. A little.
Just a little.
Just a little bit. A drop. Like a drop in the ocean.
Yeah, we different.
That's what bitul
A
is.
drop of water.
Different.
Okay? A drop of pig fat.
Thank you.
Okay? And this is why we don't eat Hebrew National kosher.
Yeah, we
I eat
different.
clean.
Just because
Yeah,
you're
we
Jewish.
different.
I eat clean. Okay? Now, to look down on with contempt. Contempt is willful disobedient. Okay? What is aversion? Aversion, right, is aversion is a feeling of repugnance. What is repugnance? Repugnance means to contradict.
Uh-oh.
To contradict. To contradict. To contradict means to deny the truth. To be opposite.
Uh-oh.
To show opposition. To contend against. To resist. So when people put up a resistance against the things that is lawful and right, it's not them. It's what's inside of them that they need to rule, and they can't rule it because in order to rule that evil thing that's in us, our spirit lean towards the things that is evil and wicked by God.
That's right.
So God left that with us so we can choose. Let me see what you really is made of.
That's right.
Let me see whether you're going to choose the good or the evil.
That's right.
In order to know what is good and what is evil, according to what God says is evil and good. Because I may do something, you may look at me and say that's not right.
Yeah.
But God don't look at it as right, as wrong. What I did, God don't say, God did not say that it was wrong.
But the government says it's wrong.
But you look at it as wrong.
You look at it as
You said it's wrong.
wrong. Facts.
Well, what you think don't count.
Facts.
The only thing that counts is how God looks at me.
That's right.
Am I offending God?
Uh-oh.
Am I treacherous against God?
Uh-oh.
Am I contradicting God?
Am I offending
That's
God?
what counts.
Am I offending God?
That's what counts.
Talk about it.
And once I'm not offending God,
I'm good.
like I said, everything else falls in line. I won't offend you.
That's right.
Now I will be considerate about how you feel.
Right.
Okay? Now, what's the other one? Repugnance with a desire to avoid or turn from God. You see what happened? God will begin to stir up your desires in you to go against him.
To go against him.
To go against him, to be against him. Right? Now, go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Verse 31.
Mhm.
Because he had despised the word
Because
of
he
the
had
Lord
despised the word of God.
and had broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. His
And
iniquity
has
shall be upon him.
broken his commandment, that soul shall be utterly cut off. Broken. The word hepad, he, pay, resh. It means to break. It means to invalidate. To invalidate. Invalidate means it's not accepted. Valid means it's accepted. Right? To break also means to weaken or destroy the cogency. You know what cogency is? We all have cogency in us. Cogency. Cogency is having the power to constrain oneself, to hold oneself back. Willpower. To hold. See, we all got willpower in us. And we can either damage and weaken our willpower, and we can also strengthen our willpower by breaking the law, you weaken it. By keeping the laws of God, you strengthen your willpower, and it gives you the strength to pull back from the things that is unlawful. That is called self-discipline. That's called self-discipline. So when you have self-discipline and you start to strengthen the cogency and the self-discipline within you, now I will begin to pull back from certain things. Now I will begin to start talking about things that how I used to be or how you used to be, that you ain't there no more. Because you have strengthened your self-discipline. You have strengthened your willpower. So now I'm able to restrain and pull back from certain things that is unlawful by God.
Who doesn't love that?
Now, to also means to violate, fail to keep or observe. When you don't fulfill or keep these laws, you have violated God. You violate God. You have disobeyed orders and commands. Okay? And it says, when we do these things, it says, ye shall utterly be cut off. Tikaret, hikaret. It means destroyed, exterminated. Think. Destroyed and terminated. It ain't talking about the regular death. We all gotta die. It ain't talking about being destroyed. It ain't talking about dying. My spirit will not be accepted. My spirit will be destroyed and terminated. Your existence will be no more.
Slated for termination.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness,
he said, your iniquity, go back to utterly cut off. To
and
the
his iniquities shall be upon him. And while the children of Israel,
and the iniquities shall be upon him. The word for upon is beit hay. It means in. Your iniquities shall be in you. Anything that is in you is a part of you.
That's you.
Anything that is in you, it's a part of you. That's why Pop Deuce used to say, he said, yo, he said, I could change my DNA. Yeah, you can change your DNA and change your whole structure that's in you just by adhering to this. And I can change my whole structure by doing things, and I will begin to love it by doing things that is unlawful. Your spirit will begin to cling to those things.
And it'll become
Your
normal.
spirit will begin to cling to those things, and it'll become normal
in your
to
life.
you. It'll become normal to you.
Facts.
So we all can change.
Yeah.
You don't want to change.
You don't want to.
And the reason why you don't want to change because you feel what you're doing right now is good enough. It's never good enough. It's never good. Don't ever think that. It's never good enough with God. There's always enough to keep climbing. You don't never reach that limit. Ezra kept climbing. Ezra kept climbing. And he kept climbing. And he kept climbing. And he climbed so far up that God said, he said, man, man, you ain't human. Even though he was in a human body, he said, man, you ain't human because you don't think like a human. His mentality and the way he thought was of angels, like the angelic hosts. He started asking of things that was not of this world. So the angel appeared to Ezra and said, what are you doing asking these things? He said, why you don't ask things concerning the earth, concerning humans and what humans get into? But Ezra wasn't there no more. He transcended and exalted with God. So therefore God took him. Therefore God took him. God took him. Go ahead, Chief Mikhail.
Verse 32.
Verse 32. Read.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks.
They found a man that gathered sticks. The word for gathering sticks is quashash. Kuf, sheen. Okay? Read.
They found a man that gathered sticks.
Gathered sticks on the Sabbath. You can't go. Huh? You can't go gathering. But people, go ahead, read. They found a man gathering sticks, read.
Upon the Sabbath day.
Upon the Sabbath day.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron.
They that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron.
And unto all the congregation.
And unto all the congregation.
And they put him in ward.
Because
it was not declared what should be done to him.
Because it wasn't declared what should be done to him. Right? Now, why did they put him in there? What was the reason why they put him in there? Now, people say, because he kindled a fire. He didn't kindle a fire. Because his intentions was that God don't kill you for your intentions. I can have the intentions, but if I didn't go through with it, it's not. I didn't do it. Why he got put in ward was because he gathered. That was the action. See, when we read the book teaches us what words mean. The book teaches us what and what not to do on the day, on Shabbat. On Shabbat. Gives you details. So they locked him in and put him in war because he gathered. It was the action. It was the action of what he done. Why he got put into war. Tom Shee.
And the Lord said unto Moses,
look what God told Moses.
The man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him.
He said the man shall surely be put to death. This is why we have to be really careful with what we do on the Sabbath day. The only reason why you ain't dying now because our distance from us to God is a lot of distance. So the Creator leave you to yourself to sin and do things that is contrary to God, and then when your cup run over, when you've done enough, now your life has to. I gotta take you out now. You've done enough on this earth. Now you have to take. Look, God deals with time. We all have a limit and a time when to get it right with God. When we reach that time and we don't pass that limit, guess what? Your time is up. Once your time is up, you ain't got to die. You'll be thrust out. You'll begin to do things of a cut-off nature, like isolating yourself. Then you start going astray and doing other things that is contrary to God. Because God gave you a certain amount of time to get towards Him. And we didn't utilize it. Our calling is when you hear.
Say it again.
Our calling, your calling is when you hear. Now, what you do with what you heard? Come on. What do you do with what you hear? Are you going to continue in your own wanton ways and doing what you want to do? Or are you going to do what God wants you to do and get right with God? Okay? Go ahead, read.
What you going to do now?
And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones. And he died as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations.
Say that, well, go back.
And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones.
All the congregation brought him without the camp, and they stoned him. They killed him. He died. But he died for gathering, yes. Yes, that's what he died. He died for that. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And he died as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel.
Speak unto the children of Israel.
And bid them.
And bid them.
That they make them fringes.
That they make them fringes. Fringes is what we wear on our clothes. Fringes, you wear that on your garment. Okay? You wear it on your garment. That's your vesture, your top part of your clothes. Now, the only way the fringes will go on a dress if it's a one piece. If it's a piece or a dress that's just from the waist on down or a skirt, fringes don't go on that because that's not a vesture.
Right.
It has to be a robe, or all in one piece, or just one top. Okay? Go ahead, read. Fringes upon what?
In the borders of their garments.
Now, on the borders means what? All the way around. But in the Hebrew, it don't say that. It says kanaf. The word for borders, it means kanaf. Kanaf means corners. Upon the four corners of what? Of your vesture. So your shirts and your t-shirts and if I got on a sweater and a t-shirt, best believe I have corners on my t-shirts with fringes, and the top piece that I have over my t-shirts has corners and fringes on it. I can't wear fringes and I don't have any corners. Then I might as well don't wear any fringes. I might as well don't put them on because it's not serving its purpose that God said it's going to serve. Go ahead, read.
And that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of
a ribbon. A ribbon, if you know English, I shouldn't have to go into the Hebrew to substantiate that. A ribbon means 1/4 blue. But when you look around, you see brothers with fringe, blue fringes. And that's not what the law says. We have a tendency of doing what we want to do. That's right. We have a tendency of doing what we want to do and changing what God says. And this is why we so distant and far apart. Right. The word for a ribbon is petil. Petil is a thread. A thread. Time sheet. A ribbon, a thread of blue. Now when you look up tekelet, when you looked it up, when I did my studies, it's the darkest blue, which is navy blue. So if I make my fringes, you're not going to see sky blue wrapped around my fringe. You're not going to see no type of blue wrapped around my fringe. The only blue you'll see wrapped around my fringe is that navy blue, the darkest blue. And you know that blue is the same blue that they use for the color in the tabernacle.
Teach the people.
All right, go ahead, read.
And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that you may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord.
And you may look upon it and remember all the commandments of God, read.
And do them.
And do them.
And that ye seek not after your own
and that
heart.
Ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes. Now, your own heart, it speaks about the mind. I can't go after or follow or pursue my thoughts or how I feel. How I feel concerning this. I can't, you can't do that. Because how I feel is not how God feels. And what's supposed to remind me of that is when I look at those fringe, that fringe is supposed to serve as a remembrance, as a purpose, as for me to remember God. For me to remember God and the things that He accepts and don't accept. Time sheet.
Verse 39.
Go ahead, read.
That ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring.
After which ye used to go a-whoring. Or-whoring, to go a-whoring is zonim. Zonim means to go a-whoring, to go away from the correct path or direction or an error. Okay, go ahead, read.
That ye may remember and do all my commandments and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
Go to Psalms 1. Psalms chapter 1. Go ahead, read.
Psalms chapter 1. Blessed is the man that walketh.
Blessed is the man that what?
That walketh not.
That walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. What is blessed? What is blessed? Blessed is what? To glorify. Blessed is what? When you speak good about. When you speak good about a person, you bless them. When Jacob put his hand on Ephraim and Manasseh's head, he blessed those boys by speaking and conferring of happiness. And all right, we're gonna get to speak gratefully of. So I gotta watch what I speak good about. I can't speak about good about people that don't serve God. I can't speak good about people that don't serve God. Because now I'm blessing a person that is not blessed in the eyes of God. We're going to get in deeper, right? To confer. One of the definitions that stood out, it means to confer prosperity and happiness upon. You know what confer means? To bestow. You know what bestow upon means? You know what bestow means? Do we read and look up words to see what we are doing that is contrary and opposite to God? This is why when we say prayers in 2 Chronicles, it said when you say your prayers, it shouldn't be prayers that is made up. I can't go before God and make up prayers. In 2 Chronicles, it says my prayers should be of the words of King David. That's those Psalms. And this is why I tell my woman too that we don't look up prayers in other people. Our prayers is based upon only what we read in Psalms. That's it. He was the only man that was inspired by God to come up with these prayers that God accept also.
That's right.
Not all these prayers that you're saying, it's not accepted of God because it ain't the words of David.
Talk about it.
It's not the words of David. So I can say a prayer, but I better make sure that this prayer that I'm saying is the words of David.
And I ain't blessing no devil
Okay.
while I'm praying.
Okay? And you cannot confer and bestow prosperity and happiness upon people that is against God.
Devil worshipers.
Can't do that. Okay?
Man,
To glory. It also means, all right, one of the definitions means to glorify, to glory. To glory means common consent. What is common consent? To be in agreement with.
Everybody else.
To be in agreement with common people, because the common people is against the Creator.
Say it again.
That's why people look at me like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that's me.
You know why I stick out?
Yeah, that's me.
Because I don't think like you.
Yeah, that's me.
You know why I stick out? Because I don't move like you.
Yeah, that's me.
You know why I stick out? Because what I disagree with, you agree with.
Agree with.
What I agree with, you disagree with. And that's what makes me different
I'm
and holy and set apart.
And better than you.
And better than you. You know why you become better than that person? The Lord is what makes you better.
Y'all know God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how we got to start looking at ourselves.
Yeah.
The man, the woman.
Yeah.
Once you serve God,
Yeah.
I am better than you.
That's right.
I don't do what you do.
Yeah.
I don't live how you live.
Yeah.
I don't accept what you accept.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with what you disagree with.
Yeah. Yeah. We different.
Yeah, okay?
Talk about it.
Now it says common consent, to be in agreement with, to approve of. You know what approve means? You accept. You know what approve means? You accept, man. Now, listen, what I was saying when I said our prayers should only be said with the words of David. It is in 2 Chronicles chapter 29, verse 30. It said, moreover, Hezekiah, the king, and the princes commanded the Levites to sing praises unto the Lord with the words of David and of Asaph, Asaph the seer. And they sang praises with gladness, and they bowed their heads and worshiped. That's the Psalms. That's the Psalms.
They didn't make their own poems.
They didn't make up prayers, man.
Nah.
Nobody did that.
They didn't make up prayers.
Nah.
You couldn't do that.
Fumbling
Okay.
over the
Only
words.
one way to say
Now, when you agree together, when we agree together, our opinions, our feelings, and our purpose is the same.
Uh-oh.
it's the same thing.
Our opinions, feelings, and purpose is the same.
Uh-oh.
Same way.
So when you contradict me, you're contradicting God.
Uh-oh.
You know why I say that?
You represent God.
Because I'm representing God and I'm only
Going
voicing
by
what God
That's
says.
right.
I'm only voicing what the Creator says.
That's right.
I'm not going by my own words.
That's right.
I'm not going by my own wanting ways.
That's right.
I'm trying to muffle this lustful and stubborn and unyielding spirit that I have in me. Because that's the fight and that's the battle within each and every one of us. We all have stubbornness in us. We all is unyielding.
Right.
We all is hard-headed and stiff-necked.
Right.
It's just up to you to acknowledge it.
That's right.
It's up to you to acknowledge it.
And change.
We have a problem acknowledging that.
That's right.
Because you want to put yourself on the pedestal and say, oh, I'm a good man.
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm a good woman.
No, you're not.
I'm a good person. I know I'm a good. No.
No, you wicked, man.
The only thing that makes you good,
Doing these laws.
the only thing that makes you good
Talk about
is the fulfillment of the commandments
commandments
of God.
That's it.
Talk about
That's what makes you good.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes you a good woman is the fulfillment of the commandments and the statutes of God. That's it. That's it, man. The sooner you recognize that, the sooner you'll be better off.
That's right.
That's right.
That's what makes you good.
Now-
You're not a good person.
Go ahead. Go ahead, read Psalms 1.
Psalms chapter 1.
Uh-huh.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the
Blessed
ungodly,
is the man that walketh
not
in the counsel of the ungodly. Walk. People look and say, oh, what do you mean by walking in the counsel? I was reading one day with my pop. My pop said, hey, Shama. Look, sometimes they'll call me and say, Drama, come here, man. He said, yo, man. He said, look up that word walk.
Uh-huh.
I said, all right. I picked the book up. Look up the word walk. See, that's how God teaches you. That's how God teaches you.
Get in depth.
And teaches you to get in depth. Right?
Mhm.
He put certain words in your head to look up, to bring you closer to him. So that certain things will be much more clearer
Meaning.
to you. So when I looked up the word walk, you know what it means? To follow a certain course. To follow a certain course or procedure. To follow a certain course or procedure or way of life. So, the course or procedure that is not accepted of God.
Mm.
So when I read the book, I read in the book where he said, then when you have been eaten and are full, he said, then ye shall bless the Lord. Which means what? After you eat, you bless God. But the course and the procedure of the people of the world is that, number one, we don't hold hands. That's not the position of praying. We either kneel and spread forth our hands towards heaven, or we prostrate. That's it.
It's only position.
The heathens bless God, bless an idol before they eat.
That's how
Oh, let's say your grace, and they say they pray along.
hold hands.
In the book, it says we eat. Then after you eat, you bless God. You didn't eat yet. Why am I blessing God? I could choke and die. I ain't eat yet. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Now it says, walk it not in the council. Okay, the word for counsel is azar. Ayin zadehe. Azar means counsel, it means advice, and it means purpose. You know what your purpose is? We know what counsel and advice is. But you know what your purpose is? Your goals in life. What is your meaning in life? What's your purpose in life? And everybody's purpose is not the same.
Everybody got different purpose.
You know what my purpose in life is? Is to excel with God, man. And this is what I tell myself every day. Every day I speak to my spirit and I tell myself I have to excel with God. And the only way to excel with God, to advance with God, is to excel in His laws. Start doing more and more laws. Start binding yourself with boundaries and limits. So that I don't offend my God. Because He's only your God according to how you live. If you ain't living according to what God says, then that's not your God. You don't know who God is. You don't know my God because you rejected Him.
That's right. Say it again.
Okay? Now, when a person's mind is not towards God, his or her counsel will be according to his heathenistic thoughts. I can't accept those thoughts. I can't accept those counsels. He said what? He said,
nor stand.
It says what? He said, walk it not in the counsel of the ungodly. The word for ungodly is reshaim. To walk in the counsel of the guilty or the wicked. You don't go to everybody for counsel and advice. The person that I go to for counsel and advice have to fear God. That's where the best counsel comes from. Fear God. A person that fear God and a person that don't fear God, they're going to give two different counsels. You know why? Because one is going to be evil and against God, and one counsel, they're going to counsel you according to what they read in the book. According to what they read. According to what they read.
Evil advice sets you up.
That's right. Go ahead, read it.
Nor stand it in the way of sinners.
Said, nor stand it in the way of sinners. Right? To stand in the way of sinners. To stand means to agree. To be similar. To agree with sinners. To accept sinners. This is why a person that's pushing for God ain't going to have too many friends. Not going to have too many friends. Because we're living two different lifestyles. We're moving in two opposite directions. Go ahead. Nor stand in the way of sinners,
nor sit it in the seat of
nor
the scornful.
sit it in the seat of the scornful. In the Hebrew, you know what it says? By Moshab Letzim Lo Yashab. You know what that means? You should not dwell in the habitation of a scorner. Yo, that's deep, man. When you read this thing in the Hebrew, it goes so deep. It said, no, you should not dwell in the habitation of a scorner. What is a scorner? A scorner rejects. A scorner refuses. A scorner talks against. He's arrogant. They talk against God. They refuse God. They talk against, they contend, they oppose. And those are the type of people that God said, don't what? Don't rebuke.
Don't rebuke. Leave them alone.
He said, don't rebuke or scorn them. Don't tell them nothing. Leave them alone. You don't go out there rebuking people. These are all scorners. And some, I won't say all, but some are scorners and some will accept. You got some that will accept. Go ahead, read.
But his delight is in the law.
But this is what God said you must delight in. This is what God said you must delight in. This is what God said you should desire. Your delight and your desire should be what?
In the law.
In the laws of God. In the laws of God. And you're not going to develop that delight and that desire going against. I'm not going to develop that delight and that desire to congregate on Shabbat if I don't never congregate. That's why you have people that's born in the way of this, in the way of life. Man, you don't never see them. And these people born, they rather sit home and stream. Leave the streaming for people that lives in Utah. Or a sick person. The person is in Utah. There is no Hebrew congregations out there. The only thing that you can do is stream. By all means, keep it correct in the house with your family and stream. This is why I would never move in an area that I cannot congregate. Oh, let's move. I want to move to Arizona. The first thing that's going to come to my head is there a Hebrew congregation out there that I can congregate at. I'm not going to put myself in that predicament where I can't congregate. I'm not putting myself in that predicament where I cannot congregate. Because I've been doing this all my life, and I'm going to feel out of place. I'm going to feel like something will happen to me. I'm going to feel like, man, listen, I'm not doing that.
Long street.
So I'm not moving in an area where I cannot congregate. I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. I ain't never missed a congregation. I ain't never missed a Sabbath. When I went out and hustled, I made sure I came back down Friday before the sun went down. My mother could tell you, and my father could tell you. Young spunk, going out there hustling and coming back, they asking me, they don't know what I'm doing. Because I was hiding it from them. I was scared. And I didn't want to tell them that because I was a person that respected my parents. And once they tell them that I'm going out there, they say, hey, I know you're going out there, blah, blah, blah. Stay home. Grown man. They tell me stay home. I'm going to stay home.
Stay home, right?
Oh, Sharp, stay home, man. I don't want you going back out there. You hear me? Stay home. Don't call it. I'm done. Because we wasn't raised like that. To go against your parents, talking about you're a grown man. You ain't never grown with your parents. You never grown with your mother and your father, man. Whatever your mother and your father tell you, you got to acknowledge that and honor that and respect that, man. He said, honor your mother and your father so that thy days may be long upon the land so that you extend and live long. But we don't honor God. If you don't honor what's in front of you, how you going to honor God? Oh, that's why Abraham was chosen. Because Abraham was faithful to his father, and he didn't know who God was. And because of his faithfulness towards his father, God looked at him and saw faithfulness and saw that this God will be faithful to me if I show myself to him. And he had something in him that most people don't have today, which is blind allegiance. I don't have to show you examples and proof. God didn't have to do that with Abraham. He had to explain nothing and go into depths. Yo, you tried Abraham, man. He said, walk before me and be thou perfect. He said, what? He said, this is the first time God spoke to me. So then after a while, see, God don't do this everything one time. In time. Couple chapters in time, years done took place. Next thing, God tested him with his own son. His only, God told me, came to me and said, listen, I want you to take your son, your only son that you love. Abraham ain't say he loved his son, but God knew he drew affection and attachment towards his son. Who ain't gonna love their children, man? Fathers and mothers grow attachment and tender love for their child. And they do anything for their child. That's why God said, honor them and respect them, because I will go hungry so that you don't go hungry. I will go without so that you don't go without. You understand that? Parents will sacrifice themselves for their own children. So God said, man, in return, the parents is owed that, man. Parents, mothers, and fathers are owed the honor. Owed that, man. So that's what this generation don't have. That's what this generation don't have. They don't have that honor. They don't have that. So God tested Abraham with Isaac. He said, take your only son that you love. He said, offer him up to me.
Test. That's the big test.
He said, offer him up to me. Man, Abraham's walking with his son, with the wood and the sword and the knife. The servants told the servants to stay here. Me and the lad is going to worship. So they're going up in the mountains. His son asked his father, he said, Abba, he said, Father. He said, I see you got the wood and the fire, you got the sword. He said, but where's the ram? Where's the animal that you're going to sacrifice? Isaac didn't know he was the sacrifice. So when are they getting up there? He said, don't worry, God. He said, God will provide. The Creator will provide. Man, when he went up there, he took Isaac, bounded him down, which means what? He tied him down, which means his son allowed his father to tie him down. At that point in time, when he's being tied down, by that time, his son knew that he's the offering. By that time, his son knew that he's going to be offered. He didn't fight him. He didn't fight him. He said, well, this is your will, Pops, to kill me. He said, well, go ahead.
He's ready to go.
Abraham bounded him, took the knife. Angel of God came down, called his name twice. He said, Abraham, he said, now I know. He said, now I know that you believe God. Abraham didn't know that he was God's friend. Abraham was God's friend. He didn't put nothing, his own children, above God. Now, he didn't know that. We're just reading about it. Like I told you before. From Genesis to Deuteronomy are the words of God. Moses spent 40 days in that mountain receiving the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. Right. When he came down, he had that. Look, Moses wrote the first 5 books. The only people that had that book was the high priest and the king. That's right. That kept everything in line. I wish we had it like that today, where only 1 or 2 people had the book, because everybody have an opinion about how this thing goes, because we refuse to do what we read by the book word for word. That's why it's doing different. They want to add their own opinions, what they think. None of that counts. None of that counts, Cole. Tom Sheik.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord.
But his delight is in the laws of God. His desire is in the laws of God. That comes with time. Your desire will be strengthened by what you put in. Whatever you put into this, it will be strengthened according to that. Tom, so you read.
And in his law doth he meditate day and night.
What verse you at? Oh, two.
That's
All right.
right there.
It said, and in his law, though he meditate day and night. The word for meditate is yehigeh. Higeh means to meditate, to speak, or to read. To meditate means when you're meditating, you focus your thoughts on. You're focusing your thoughts upon these laws, commandments, and statutes. All right? Your speech and your conversation is about God. What you read, you're going to be reading, you're going to put more time into reading this than to reading science fictions, downward goings, and all these atrocious books that detours you away from God. See, these things has an effect on your spirit. That's why God mentioned it. He gave us a commandment. He said, thou shalt read therein all the day. He said, talk about it. When you sit in the house, walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. Keep your mind and your mentality on it. Your mental, keep your mind on God. Because that's how you stay strengthened and strong with God. Because when you keep your mind on God, I'm not going to be violating too often. Ain't too many presumptuous iniquities I'm going to be doing if my mind is on God. It's not going to happen.
That's how it works.
Go ahead, read.
And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water.
And he shall be like what?
Like a tree planted by the rivers of water.
Okay. He said, once we begin to meditate and strengthen ourselves with God, right? He said, you're going to be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, right? A tree planted by the waters. That water at a certain time, a weak tree, it'll move that tree. But a tree that's by the rivers of water ain't going to move. It stands firm, right? He said, you're going to be like a tree planted by the rivers of water.
That bringeth forth his fruit.
That bringeth forth his fruit in his season. Read.
His leaf
also shall not wither. Now, the tree is that stock where you're coming from. Where the fruit comes from. Right? This is a metaphor.
You're going to be like.
Right? You're going to be like the tree. You're going to be like that stock planted by the rivers of water. It said his leaf also shall not wither. What comes from leaves? The leaf came from what? That tree. Okay? So in order for my child not to wither and get weak with God, I have to strengthen myself in God. So what comes from me will be strengthened with the Creator, with the Most High. Okay? Go ahead.
And whatsoever he doeth,
shall prosper, shall succeed. David. Whatever David put his hands to, it went through with it. And then after, whatever he did, after God checked him. God checked him on it. God checked him on it. Go ahead, read.
The ungodly are not so.
The ungodly are not so.
But are like the chaff.
Right? The ungodly are not so. The word for that in the Hebrew is what? It said, Lo Cain Hadeshayim. You know what that means? The word Cain means honest. It says the ungodly is not honest. That's the correct pronunciation, interpretation for that. It said the ungodly is not honest. That's what my pop said to me one day. He said, yo, man, he said, you want to be righteous? You want to be godly? He said, don't never sin. Don't never lie. He said, don't never lie. And then when you read in Psalms 101, he says, a liar will not tarry in my sight. In the Hebrew, it says, a liar shall not be firm, will not grow firm, will not be straightened. A liar will not be straightened in God. A liar will not grow firm in God. You're not going to have that strength to push for God. So in order for me to have that strength to push for God, I got to relinquish and back up from lying. Even though the truth may hurt and it's condemning you. He said, man, you know what? I got to admit it. And I'm going to tell you the truth, man. man, this and this and this and this happened. That's what happened. I did this. I did this. I did this. You accept it. You accept it. You don't. You don't. I'm sorry.
Word up. Facts.
And that's what you
Right.
got to be truthful, man.
That's right.
That's what God loves.
That's right.
That's what God loves.
That's right.
And the only way you can be truthful, I can't consider how you feel.
That's right.
I can't consider how you feel.
That's right.
I can't consider that. Forget about all that. You worried about how God feels.
Talk about.
So now I'm going to speak and say what I got to say, and that's what it is.
That's what it is. You don't like it?
Okay? Go ahead and read.
The ungodly are not so,
The ungodly are not so.
but are like the chaff
They're all like the shaft.
which the wind driveth away.
You know what the shaft is? Hay. Light.
Very light.
Very light. Easily moved. Easily pushed. Easily distracted. Read.
Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment,
Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment. That's a key point there.
That's right.
Okay? When you stand, you are innocent. Shall not stand, shall not be innocent in judgment. There is a judgment that go down. You will be judged according to your deeds and according to the things that I have done that is unlawful by God. You will be judged. We don't know when that time of judgment comes, but all souls will be judged.
that's a fact.
That time of judgment is not now. You know when that judgment comes?
When everybody's dead.
When there's no existence on earth.
Every knee shall
When
bend.
there's no existence on earth. There's going to come a time when there's no life
No
on
life.
earth.
Everybody.
That's when every knee shall bend.
Okay? As you can see and read and hear it on the news, how they talk about this thing called the glaciers are melting. Global warming.
The earth ain't
This-
last.
Huh?
They said the earth ain't gonna last.
Earth ain't going to last long.
Media's gonna hit.
There's a media, they said, in space that's getting closer and closer to Earth.
A lot of them are slated to hit.
A lot of them is,
Different points.
that's right, at different points, different directions.
30 years from now, 50 years
That's right.
from now.
And that's what's going to cause an ice age. When that happened, ice age, all this will be destroyed. Then guess what happened after that? This area, this whole area will be, it's going to sink. And God is going to create a new earth.
Sun shall sound 3 times.
Go ahead, read.
Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand
Therefore,
in the
the ungodly
judgment,
shall not stand in the judgment,
nor sinners
in the congregation of the righteous. Come see.
For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the
He said, for the
ungodly
Lord, for God knows the way of who?
of the righteous.
Of the righteous.
They do sin.
God knows the ways of the righteous. He knows how they're going to move. Right? He said, but what?
But the way of the ungodly shall perish.
The way of the ungodly shall perish. Let's go to Joshua chapter 7. Joshua 7. Now, there's a thing now, when we're gonna go into something, right? Let's go. Let's read Joshua chapter 7.
Chapter 7.
Go ahead.
But the children of Israel committed a trespass.
But the
in
children
accursed
of
day.
Israel committed a trespass, right? The word for trespass is a ma'al. Ma'al means a breach of faith. Trespass, treacherous, was disloyal, right? Right? Go ahead. Committed a trespass
In the accursed day.
in the accursed thing. Now, the word accursed is kedem. Kedem means forfeited property and a dedicated thing. All right? Dedicated things. Right? Set apart for a particular purpose. Devoted meaning dedicated or consecrated to. We don't wear Nikes. Why? Because Nikes right? The small sculpture of the goddess Nike was carved more than 2,500 years ago. On top of a Nike's head is an egg-shaped container for burning incense. The only time incense was burned was when it was burning towards God for offering. And people burned incense dedicated to idols, to deities. That's the purpose of incense. And this is why I repeat it over and over. Do not burn incense in your house, because incense was only burnt during the offerings that was dedicated to God. Okay? A diamond-shaped hole were cut in the lid to allow the smoke of the burning incense to escape. Ancient Greek artists frequently turned practical objects such as incense burners into beautiful work of art. This image of Nike is a very specific type of figure. It is called a core, K-O-R-E, right? This means young girl. In Greek, figures in core statues usually stand upright, up straight with one foot slightly in front of the other. Sometimes they are shown with arms held close to the sides. Other times, as with this Nike figure, they appear with one arm extended and others lowered, right? Nike was the winged goddess of victory. Athletes who wanted to win worshipped her. Even today, she was some significance to athletes, right? Also, the symbol of this Nike and endorsement is called Pegasus. It's a Greek name. So, this is why I don't allow Nikes in the house. And there's a sneaker that Kanye West came out with called Yeezys. When you look up the word Yeezy and why he came up with the word Yeezys is in commemoration to JC, Jesus Christ. So Israelites are people that is pushing for God should not be wearing Yeezys and Nikes, because these things are dedicated things. These are things that will bring curses on your house. You don't let people in your house with crosses. You don't let people in your house with crosses. And if you have a tattoo on you that's a cross, you can't come in. You can never come in. Unless you're going to cut that cross off your skin. And I know you ain't doing that. So, go ahead. Now, read.
For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took of the accursed thing.
Took of the accursed thing.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against the
anger of the Lord was kindled against the people for what one person did. Sometimes one person can bring condemnation upon the whole nation, because he brought it around them, and it's amongst the people. So everybody is catching flack. Everybody is catching flack. Go ahead, read.
And Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai.
Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai,
which is beside Beth Aven, on the east side of Bethel, and spake unto them, saying, Go up and view the country. And the men went up and viewed Ai. And they returned to Joshua and said unto him, Let not all the people go up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and smite Ai. And make not all the people to labor thither, for they are but few. So there went up thither of the people about 3,000 men. They fled before the men of Ai. And the men of Ai
3,000 men went out to spy the land. When they went out there, the people they went to spy the land out chased them. They ended up running from them. Go ahead.
Well, they chased them from before the gate, even unto Shebarim, and smote them in the going down. Wherefore the hearts of the people melted and became as water.
Read.
And Joshua rent his clothes and fell to the earth.
Joshua rent his clothes means he ripped it. Ripped it, right? And then what?
And fell to the earth.
And he fell to the earth.
Upon his face.
Prostrated himself, fell to the flat on the ground, upon his face.
Before the ark of
before the ark of God. Why he fell before the ark of God? That's where the mercy seat is at. He said, Before you go into that spot, God commanded the high priest to make a smoke. He said, because if you come in there and see me, you gotta come down on there and you see me. He said, listen, you're gonna die. He said, you make a smoke before you come in there. So Joshua prostrated himself before the ark of God. What happened after that?
Joshua rent his clothes and fell to the earth upon his face before the ark of the Lord until the eventide. Until eventide. And the elders of Israel and put dust upon their heads. Put dust, And Joshua said, Alas, O Lord God.
Alas, O Lord God.
Wherefore hast thou at all brought
this people over Jordan? He said, what is the reason why you brought this people over Jordan? To deliver us into the hand of the Amorites.
To destroy us. When to God we had been content and dwelt on the other side Jordan. O Lord, what shall I say when Israel turneth their backs before their enemies? For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it and shall environ us around.
And all these Canaanites, all these nations gonna hear about it, and they're gonna surround us, man. They're coming at us. Read.
And cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do unto thy great name? The Lord said unto Joshua, Get thee up.
Say, man, get up.
Wherefore lies thou thus upon thy
Why
face?
are you laying down upon your face?
Israel has sinned.
He said, Israel has sinned.
And they have also transgressed.
There is iniquity in the midst. Somebody violated. This is why this is happening. And you see, this is what life is about. This is what life is about. When things happen in your life, it is because of your shortcomings with God. Right. It's because I came up short with God. It's because I had done something to offend God, so he put me through this situation here. Oh, he put me through this over here.
Ain't got nothing to do with me.
Read.
Israel has sinned, and they have also transgressed my covenant, which I commanded.
They have also transgressed my covenant, my agreement.
You broke the deal.
You broke the deal. What verse you at?
Middle of 11.
Go ahead.
For they have even taken of the accursed
They
thing,
even took of the accursed thing.
and have also stolen.
And they stolen.
And dissembled also.
And they lied about it. Dissembled, meaning they lied. Read.
And they have put it even among their own stuff.
Tom sheet.
Therefore the children of Israel could not stand before their enemies.
Now this is why Israel could not stand. This is why we lost this battle. For our
That's
enemies.
the cause of the losses.
This was the cause of us losing, because there was something amongst us that was a curse that wasn't accepted. Read.
But turned their backs before their enemies because they were accursed. Neither will I be with you anymore.
Neither will I be with you anymore.
Except you destroy the cursed thing from among you. Up. Sanctify the people.
Sanctify the
and
people.
say, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow. For thus saith the Lord God of Israel, there is an accursed thing in the midst of thee, O Israel. Thou canst not stand before thine enemies until ye take away the accursed thing from among you. In the morning, therefore ye shall be brought according to your tribes, and it shall be that the tribe which the Lord taketh shall come according to the families thereof. And the family which the Lord shall take shall come by households. And the households which the Lord shall take shall come man by man.
You see how they found out?
Break it down.
They found out everything. They broke everything down. Found out the tribe. The tribe was Judah. Then it got down to the families. Then the houses. Everything trickled down. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be that he that is taken with the accursed thing shall be burnt with fire. He and all that he had, because he had transgressed the covenant of the Lord, because he had brought folly in Israel. So Joshua rose up early in the morning and brought Israel by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was taken. And he brought the family of Judah, and he took the family of the Zarites, and he brought the family of the Zarites man by man, and Zabdi was taken. And he brought his household man by man. And Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, of the son of Zebra, of the tribe of Judah was taken. And Joshua said to Achan, my son, give, I pray thee, glory to the Lord God of Israel, and make confession unto him, and tell me now what thou hast done. Hide it not from me. And Achan answered Joshua and said, indeed, I have sinned against the Lord.
Indeed, I have sinned against God. He didn't deny it. He didn't deny it. He accepted his fault. He said, man, I violated. Man, I messed up. Read.
And Achan answered and said, indeed, I have sinned against the Lord God of Israel, and thus
Thus
have I
and thus,
done.
thus and thus I have done. Read.
When I saw among the spoils a goodly
A
Babylonian
goodly Babylonian garment. The word, it said Babylonian garment. It's a aderet, meaning a mantle, right? Which goes into like foreign apparel.
That's foreign.
Okay? Now, people said foreign apparel is only what makes the apparel foreign is when you have an image of a deity on it. The book ain't say that. It said foreign apparel. And we got to learn to stop putting things where it's not there. Stop adding on to what you read, putting things there that you don't read there. That's not what make that apparel foreign. A foreign apparel is anything God didn't give you. The Creator dressed Adam and Eve in robes, not a suit and tie. Not a suit and tie. So you shouldn't be wearing suit and tie because of foreign apparel.
Yes, it is.
Our apparel is garments, robes. All right, vests, long vests. That's our attire. Women in dresses, skirts, not pants. Okay, that's not our attire. That's not our attire. That's why you don't look. That's not our dress code. And when we dress out of that dress code, it's a foreign apparel. Go ahead, read.
And when I saw among the spoils a goodly Babylonian garment, and 200 shekels of silver.
Saw among the spoil a goodly Babylonian garment.
200 shekels
200 shekels of silver.
And a wedge of gold.
And a wedge of gold.
Of 50 shekels weight.
50 shekels weight.
Then I coveted them.
I covered it.
And took them.
And
behold, they are hid in the earth.
They're hid in the earth.
In the midst of my tent. And the silver under it. So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran into the tent, and behold, it was hid in his tent, and the silver under it. And they took them out of the midst of the tent, and brought them unto Joshua and unto all the children of Israel, and laid them out before the Lord. Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan, the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the garment, and the wedge of gold, and his sons, and his daughters, and his oxen, and his asses, and his sheep, and his tent, and all that he had. And they brought them unto the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, why hast thou troubled us?
Say, why you troubled us, man?
The Lord shall trouble thee this day. And all Israel stoned him with stones, burned them with fire, after they had stoned them with stones. And they raised over him a great heap of stones unto this day.
Okay, so cut that. Let's go to the Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17. That's not in the Bible. That's in the Apocrypha. Close that. It's in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17.
Chapter 17.
Right.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 17. And the Lord created man of the earth.
And the Lord created man of the earth. Plain and simple. He created man of the earth. And the only man that God created was Adam. Okay? Now, I want to dip into something. Because people say things and people come up with sayings that's not in the book, and we don't read it here. Because, all right, we're gonna go into Genesis. Stay where you at, cause I stay in that chapter there. But I'm gonna go into Genesis, right? Okay, there it is. I'm going to go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, right? And then I'm going to go into the Hebrew, to what the Hebrew word is, so I can show you. Right? All right. There it is. Where is that? There it is. Okay. Now, the book said, it said the Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again. Now, in Genesis 1, it says, verse 28, right? It says, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish. That's the wrong word. You know why that's the wrong word? Because when people read that, they get the wrong idea. Replenish means to refill. So refill means someone was there already. In the Hebrew, it don't say that. The word that's used for replenish is mem lamed aleph, means malah. It means to full. It didn't say replenish. He said full the earth. The earth is not filled. Has never been filled. There was only one man and one woman created by God. There was no life after Adam, after Eve, or before. I'm sorry, not after, before Adam or before Eve. There was no life before them. And the English make people think that there was life before them because it used a specific word, means to replenish. Replenish means to refill. If you're refilling, means it was filled already. The Hebrew word for replenish is malah, means to fill the earth. It was never filled before. Fill the earth. So don't tell me anything about Adam had a wife beside Eve and all these folklores. And folklores is fairy tales made up of people. You don't go by folklores. Man make up folklores to deter, to detour you away from the things that is lawful and right by God. Myths and legends and things that's, no, we don't go by that. He said the Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again. When you die, God returned you, go back into the earth. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
He gave them a few days.
Gave him a few days.
In a short time.
A short time.
And power also over.
And power also over the things therein. Everything that's in the earth, God gave us power over. We lost that power when we sinned against God. That's why Joshua was able to stop the sun.
Yeah.
I can't command the sun to stop now because I'm sinful and I don't have that connection with God. So God ain't gonna allow that sun to listen to me, ungodly soul like myself, talking about stop the sun. You crazy? You gotta get right with God first when you start doing things like that. Look, go ahead, I'll read.
He endued them with strength.
He endued them with strength. You know what endued means? To provide or to equip with the strength to succeed or accomplish things that can't be accomplished by just anybody. Go ahead, read.
It made them according to his image.
And he made them according to his image.
He put the fear of man
He
upon
made them according to his image. Okay? Not saying that God is a man. No, God ain't no man. When we read the book, God said, I am the spirit of, I'm the God of the spirit of all flesh. All flesh. But God can also make himself visible. God can also, listen, this is why he's a God. He does everything. A God does everything. He's not limited. He's not limited, man. This is why he said, I'm the God of the spirit of all flesh. And then he was able to take Moses and put him in the cleft of the rock, remove his hand, and turn around. And Moses saw the back part of God.
wasn't metaphor.
Ain't no metaphor, man.
You seen God's best. You saw. You didn't see the past.
Ain't no metaphor. Go ahead, read.
And put the fear of man upon all flesh,
He put the fair man upon all flesh,
and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls.
gave them dominion over the beasts and fowl, gave them rulership over the animals. That's why you got zoos. They're able to contain these animals and have them in cages and still have them under subjection. Because God gave them that dominion. That's right. That's Tom C.
They received the use of the 5 operations.
They received the use of the 5 operations. Mm-hmm.
And in the 6th place, he imparted them understanding.
In the 6th, he imparted them understanding. Mm-hmm.
And in the 7th, speech.
In the 7th, speech.
An interpreter of the cogitations there.
An interpreter of the cogitation. Right? Cogitation. What is cogitation? Cogitation means your thoughts. Your thoughts, your meditate, what you meditated, how you think. Okay?
Counsel and the tongue and eyes, ears, and the heart gave he them to understand.
Now, imparted them with understanding, and in the 7th speech, an interpreter of their cogitations. Your understanding of certain things will determine how you think, will determine your thoughts, what you meditate in, your view of certain things, how you view certain things. Tom Sheet.
Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding.
Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding.
And showed them good and evil.
And showed them good and evil. Showed them good and evil. Showed them both sides of the coin. The adversary, the serpent looked at Eve. He said, no, you ain't going to die. But God knows. God knows that when you eat of this tree of knowledge of good and evil, that you're going to know, you're going to be like gods, knowing good and evil, knowing both sides. And that's what made you a God. That's what made you a God. Knowing both sides, you're able to discern and decide what you want to do. So God left it there. He said, now I ain't going to force you. We have good and evil in us. It's according to us and our decision whether you turn to what is right, good and upright, according to what God said, or you turn to what is evil. And we got to realize something. Good is determined by what God said is good, not what you think is good. Good, evil is determined according to what God said is evil. Now, people get angry and they continue, but guess what? A person that is determined to serve God, he'll check himself later. He said, man, brother, you know what, man? I was just angry, I was tight, and I was moving in anger. He said, but I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did the other. I shouldn't have said that to you.
Bigger man stuff, for sure.
That's what makes you a better person, a better man, or a better woman, when you can acknowledge your fault and retract and back up, acknowledging your fault and do better with God. Because you're not going to do better with me if you don't do better and acknowledge your fault with God first. Go ahead, read.
He set his eye upon their hearts.
He set his eye upon their hearts. Look inside of you. He tried the hearts and the reins of man to see what you have in you. According to what's in you is determined whether God will show you this, will open your eyes to this. How God deals with you, read.
That he might show them the greatness of his works.
That he might show them the greatness of his works.
He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever.
That
they might declare his works with understanding. And the elect shall praise his holy name.
And the elect shall praise his holy name.
Hallelujah.
Who is the elect? The elect is the chosen ones. The elect is the ones that God has chosen.
Right.
which means
to be elect.
he's choosy.
I'm trying to be
He's
elect.
very selective. He hasn't chosen, elected. No, he's very choosy with who he chose to bring near to him.
That's right.
It's according to how you think and your ways, your heart, what you have in you. Whatever you have in you will determine whether you're worthy of to be dealt with. Tom Sheet.
Besides this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an heritage. He made
What verse you at?
12.
Go ahead.
He made an everlasting covenant with them.
He made an everlasting covenant with them. An everlasting agreement with the people. The day when Moses brought us at the grounds of Mount Sinai. That was the day that we went into covenant with God. That was the day when we went into agreement with God. Okay, go ahead, read.
He made an everlasting covenant with them and showed them his judgments.
And showed them his judgments.
Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory.
The eyes saw the majesty of his glory. You know what the majesty of God's glory? When they saw that mountain on fire.
Yeah.
The whole mountain range is incinerated by the presence of God. Then after that, the mountains start to skip. What them disattach that mountain from the ground? Disattachment, and then it started skipping. Then next thing, the trumpet started waxing louder and louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. Next thing, they hear the voice of God coming out of that fire. Coming out of that fire. You said you only heard the verse, but you ain't seen no similitudes. You ain't seen no image. You ain't seen no picture. He said, but you heard a voice. Go ahead, read.
And their ears heard his glorious voice. He said unto them, Beware
of all unrighteousness. You see, who said that? He said, God. He said, God said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness. You got to beware of everything that is unrighteous, which means we know what is unrighteous. Deep down inside, you know when you're wrong. You know when this is not supposed to be done. But because he's my brother, I'm a rock with him. Oh, don't worry, I got your back. I'm a rock. Not me. I'm a different type of brother. I'm not rocking with no brother in their unrighteousness. If once I look at you and I see you wrong and you did something that was wrong and I'm looking at the whole situation, I'm like, yo, bro, why you did this? I don't care. I'm like, okay, good. I'm going to leave you alone. I can't make you do right. Oh, I'm going to leave you alone. You do, all right, go ahead. Do what you feel. I'm a different brother. I ain't going to let nobody hurt you, but I ain't got to walk with you neither in your righteousness because God said he wasn't specific. He was speaking to a whole nation of people, and he said, beware of all unrighteousness. Which means to beware of all righteousness, I got to put, say that word, emotions. I got to put my emotions aside and be truthful with yourself to beware of all unrighteousness. Be truthful with yourself. There was no offending, no offense happened. Nobody offends you. Nothing happened. You just got beside yourself. In pride and arrogancy and stubbornness has lifted itself in you. Now you want to act upon it. But you're wrong. God said, beware of all unrighteousness. Go ahead, read.
And he gave every man
commandments concerning his neighbor. That's what these laws is for. It tells me how to treat you. The laws of God tells me how to treat you. The laws of God tells me what not to do to you. The laws of God tell me what I should do to you. That's what the laws of God tells me. And if you're pursuing righteous and you really want to be right according to what God said, all of these things will be put into perspective. And you'll honor and respect that. You'll cover all bases. Go ahead.
Their ways are ever before him.
Their ways, my ways, your ways, our ways are always before God.
Right.
You see what he mentioned?
You
You see what he mentioned? His ways.
Yeah.
He didn't say the commandments. He didn't say the laws. Because guess what? The ways and the laws of God and the commandments of God are two different things. And how do you learn that? How do you understand that? How do you see that? How true is that? When God said, amend your ways, O house of Israel. When God told the nation of Israel to amend their ways. God is not going to tell you to amend the commandments. To amend the commandments means to change the commandments. And the commandments don't need to be changed. The commandments is perfect. The commandments is perfect. He said what? Restores the soul. What restore means? To get back what was lost. That's what the book said. He said the laws of God will restore your soul, which means in order for my soul to be restored, I have to lose it. But the only way for my soul to be restored, I got to be living according to the things that is lawful and right by God. And people don't believe that because they said it's a metaphor. But David ain't lied.
Well, you're limiting God.
David ain't lying. He ain't saying nothing in metaphors.
He got the power. He got the power to bring back to life. He got the power to bring back to life.
Go ahead.
Their ways are ever before him.
Your ways are always before God.
And shall not be hid from
It
his
shall
eyes.
not be hid from his eyes.
Every man from his youth is given to evil.
Every man from his youth is given to evil. Yeah. It's there. It's evil. It's according to what you do with this evil that you have in you. Do you check it? Do you succumb to it? Do you give in to it? Go ahead.
Neither could they make to themselves fleshy hearts for stoning.
Not could they make themselves fleshy hearts for stony. God looked at it and he said, man, these people got a hard heart. They got a heart of stone. Made of flesh, heart of stone. Why he said heart of stone? Because you don't feel sorry or care or have no affection towards the things that God said you should care or have affection for. So these people is a heart of stone, man. People do things and don't feel sorry for the person that they doing it to. And then you look at I'm going to tell you this story here. That's how I always knew I wasn't a robber. One of these, I forgot how old I was. I called myself, me and this guy here, we called ourselves cutting school early. We walking on, I remember the area too, Rogers in St. John's. We saw a guy with a chain. I snatched the chain, the dude fighting. So me and this guy snatching the chain, he punching him. After a while, in my action of pulling the chain, I let go of it. I said, nah. I said, Kaza, let him go. Kaza continue to pull it. I'm like, Kaza, come on, man. Let him go, man. Let him go. I'm not a robber, man. And in that instance, I'm just following. I'm not going after the ways of the world. The common things that people do. The average things.
That's the wicked stuff.
That's right.
But
then the good in me popped in and said, man, what you doing, man? What you doing, man?
You didn't fight it.
I was not even 20. I wasn't 20 yet.
You won't think about that.
I was a teen. 16, 15, 17 years old.
We were young.
But you see my mentality? That's only because of how my mother and my father raised me. And I didn't have that in me.
That's right.
You could be raised according to what God said, and be something else inside. And then the parent look at the child and say, yo, man, I ain't raised you this way. Yeah, because whatever you raise the child with, it don't have to stick. Huh? It don't have to stick. It don't have to stick. Okay? Go ahead.
For the division of the nations of the whole earth, he said,
What verse you at?
17.
Uh-huh.
For the division of the nations of
For
the
the
whole earth.
divisions of the nations. The divisions of the nations when God separated them. Put a separation between them. Read.
He said a ruler over every people.
Set a ruler and a head over every nation. Read.
But Israel is the Most High's portion.
But Israel is God's portion.
Not the other countries.
Israel is God's portion.
Not the other
I don't like putting you under subjection under the Assyrians. I didn't like putting you under subjections under the Canaanites. I didn't like putting you under subjection under the Greeks and the Romans and the Babylonians. But I did this only so that you could acknowledge your fault against God. That's why I put you under there.
Follow them.
And then we continued and we followed after their ways and their customs and their manners. So that's why I put you there. He said, but I didn't like that because Israel is my portion. How did Israel became the portion of God is because of one man. One man. And that was Abraham.
Yeah.
Abraham, man. Abraham was something else. Abraham was something else, man. Abraham was something else, man. The way he thought, his ways, everything about that man is why God went into covenant with him. Then he substantiated his covenant, trickled down into Isaac. Then he substantiated his covenant, went down into Jacob. Then it went into his 12 sons. And then those 12 sons went into nations and generational covenant. It never died. Because we are dealing with a God that go back. He don't go back and forth. I made a covenant with these people. The people offend God. Now I take my covenant. No, the covenant still stays there. The agreement still stays there. And those are what you call godly traits, godly acts, things that we need to acquire. Solomon, King Solomon, right? There was a man named Abiathar. Abiathar ran with David at a point in time because Doeg the Edomite killed all the priests and Abiathar escaped. Why? He killed all the priests because he saw King David with Elimelech. Was it Elimelech? Abiathar's father? The priest. I don't remember Abiathar's father's name, but David got Goliath's sword. He ate the shewbread. The priest asked him, he said, you got anything here? He said, just this, just the sword. He ate the shewbread. But before he ate the shewbread, he asked him, have your men been away from woman for 3 days? That is the same amount of days that it took for us to clean ourselves and present ourselves before God. When we presented ourselves before God at the grounds of Mount Sinai, God said, he said, be away from woman for 3 days. 3 days. That one day when we washed, that didn't count. That's for regular people. That's for flesh, for me to be clean with you, and you can touch me and you won't be unclean. But when I'm dealing with God, I gotta be away from woman for a certain amount of days. That's that's what certain things draws affinity and draws God to come to you. God ain't gonna come to you when you're always unclean. And this is why when you reject and you stay away from being uncleanness, especially when that seed of compilation leaves from you, now God is able to come to you in certain dreams. You get certain dreams and certain visions, certain contact. because it's been a while that I've been away from woman. It's been a while that I've been doing certain things that is lawful and right by God, because it ain't gonna happen right away. Time. I have to put time in doing this. And then after I've been putting time in doing it, he said, now, God, look. He said, yeah. He said, now you ready. He said, now you ready. He said, you don't know, but when you go lay down, you're going to get a vision. I'm going to come to you with a vision. You're going to get a vision. You're going to get a dream. Yeah. That's how God deals. That's how the Creator deals, man. Go ahead. What verse you at?
17.
Uh-huh.
For in the division of the nations of the
For in the divisions of the nations,
he set a ruler over every people.
Uh-huh.
But Israel is Elohim's portion.
Israel is God's portion. Tom sheet.
Whom being his firstborn, he nourished with discipline.
Whom being his firstborn, he nourished with discipline. Nourished with discipline. Nourish means to train, to upbringing, or all right, upbringing or to train. Read.
And giving him the light of his love doth not forsake him.
Uh-huh.
Therefore all their works are as the sun before him.
Uh-huh.
And his eyes are continually upon their ways.
Uh-huh. And his eyes are continually upon their ways. Our ways is always before God, man. You will see sometimes people do certain things and you look at it and say, yo, man, why you do that? Sometimes you ask yourself, how can you do such a thing? Because some people they have, number one, they don't have a heart of flesh. So they're not going to have they don't have a heart to consider and say, nah, I can't do that. Where another person would say, man, I'll do it. Here, give me. And they do it. It's two different types of people. Both hearts. It's not the same. One is cold.
Yeah.
He has no feelings and no affections towards no one. You can't serve God like that. I gotta have affection or some type of feelings towards you. That's what keeps me from stealing from you. That's what keeps me from hiding and ambushing you and then jumping out on you and putting the sword in your neck. Go ahead.
None of their unrighteous deeds are hid from you, but all their iniquities are before Elohim.
All your sins, all your iniquities are before God. Everything that we do is before God. Look, God got a book. The book of life. And when we sin against God, he said, it's recorded and written in the earth. I don't want to be recorded and written in the earth. Go ahead, read.
But Elohim being gracious and knowing his workmanship, neither left nor forsook them.
But Elohim being gracious, but the Most High being gracious and knowing his workmanship. You know what's his workmanship? What he created. Man. He said, I know what I created. He said, I know what I got here. I read, knowing his workmanship.
He spared
neither left
nor forsook
them, but spared them. He said, I didn't forsake them. I didn't leave them. He said, but I spared them because I know what I got. I know they got some good in them. They got some good in them. Go ahead, read.
The arms of a man is as a signet with him.
Uh-huh. The arms of a man is like a signet with him. It's with him. Signet is like it's a ring. He said it's with him. Tom Shee.
And he will keep the good deeds of a man as an apple of the eye.
Uh-huh.
And give repentance to his sons and daughters.
Ooh, that's heavy. I said, that's heavy. He said the arms of a man is as a signet with him. Right?
Right.
And he will keep the good deeds of a man as the apple of his eye. Which means God will not forget the things that you have done that was lawful and right.
Right.
And because God has kept the things that you have done that was lawful and right, he did what? He gave repentance to my children,
right,
to my seed, to my sons and my daughters. They are able to go before God and repent, and God will accept it. Why? Because of my good deeds that was before him. It's very important for the parents to walk upright with God because you paved the way for your children.
That's right.
You paved the way for your sons.
That's right.
You paved the way for your daughters.
That's right. Talk about it.
Go ahead.
Wicked one.
Afterwards, he will rise up and reward them and render their recompense upon their heads.
Afterwards, he will arise and reward them and render their recompense upon their heads. What is recompense? Repayments. You're going to get paid back. Karma. People call it karma. Nothing goes unanswered. But the only thing is, don't worry about answering it when it's dealing with each other. Okay? Go ahead, read.
But unto them that repent, he granted them return. And comforted those that failed in patience. Return unto the Lord.
Return unto the Lord.
Forsake thy sins.
Forsake your sins.
Make thy prayer before his face.
Make your prayer before his face.
And offend less.
And offend less. This is the mentality that we need to acquire. What I'm doing, am I offending this person? If I say this, will I be offending this person? And people don't have that mentality.
Right.
No one thinks that way.
Right.
No one. No one thinks that way. No one has that type of thing. We just do things and say things, not worried about if I'm offending you or how you feel about it. Am I going to hurt this person?
Right.
And then guess what? You better not say it to him. You better not tell him that. If I said it, I gotta be able to get not get angry when someone say it to me. I gotta be able to accept it too, because I done dished it out. So when it comes back, I gotta accept it because I done put it out. Go ahead, read.
Turn again to the Most High, and turn away from iniquity.
Turn again to the Most High, and turn away from iniquity. That's when you turn away from iniquity, you stop doing the things that is unlawful. All right? That's when the beginning of turning towards God. Tamshi.
For he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health, and hate thou abomination vehemently.
Hate thou abominations vehemently. Abominations are things that is detestable by God. Abominations are things that God hate and despise. And the only way to find out things or what God hate and despise, you have to read the book. The book tells you what God declared as abominable. What God looked at as hateful and despised. Go ahead, read.
Who shall praise the Most High in the grave, instead of them which live and give thanks? Thanksgiving perisheth from the dead, as from one that is not. The living and sound in heart shall praise the Lord. How great is the loving kindness of the Lord our God, and his compassion unto such as turn unto him in holiness. For all things cannot be in men.
For all things cannot be in men. Woo, that's heavy. You know what that means? We're not perfect.
No, 100%.
Right.
That's what that means. He said all things cannot be in men. Why?
Because the Son of Man is not immortal.
We're not immortal. What is immortal?
Live forever.
We're not going to live forever. So because we're not going to live forever, we have our shortcomings. We got different blotches here. Mess ups here. Mess ups over here. A little mess up over here. And all that is defects. We have all that because we are not immortal before God.
Spiritual defects.
We're not immortal. Go ahead, read.
What is brighter than the sun?
None.
Yet the light thereof faileth. And flesh
What is brighter than the sun? Right? He said, yet the light of the sun at one point in time fails. So why we pray to the sun? Why would you look to the sun as a god when at one point in time the light fails? Go ahead, read.
And flesh and blood will imagine evil.
Flesh and blood will imagine evil. It's there. You're gonna have thoughts of things that is contrary to God, but you can rule your spirit. Yeah, you can rule your spirit. That's what God said. I can rule my spirit. I can rule the thoughts that comes in my head. I can eject these things. I don't have to succumb to these things. Namshi.
For all things cannot be in men, because the Son of Man is not immortal. One is brighter than the sun, yet the light thereof faileth, and flesh and blood will imagine evil. He vieweth the power of the height of heaven, and all men are but earth and ashes.
Okay. Now, Ashtoreth in demonology is the great Duke of Hell with Baal-zebub, right? And Lucifer. He is part of the evil trinity.
That word.
What does that word remind you of? The Trinity in Christianity. The Christianity has a Trinity, the 3 in 1. Okay? It said he is the male figure, most likely named after Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar. Ashtoreth is the supreme goddess of Canaan and the female counterpart of Baal. It derived from Babylon. That's where it came from. Where Ishtar represented the evening and morning stars. All gods and goddesses merged into one. Ishtar, which became a type of female divinity. The chief seat of the worship of Ishtar in Babylonia was Erect, where prostitution was practiced in her name, served with immoral rites by bands of men and women, which are called orgies. In Assyria was different, where the goddess was predominant. Instead, prophetesses were attached to her temples, to whom she delivered oracles, which is a priestess of ancient Greece, through whom a deity reveals hidden knowledge or divine purpose. Ashtoreth fell from heaven to hell, turned against God, right? Derived from different goddesses, Astarte, Ishtar, Isis, all the same, a part of a trinity. Lucifer, Beelzebub, all these deities, right? Ashtoreth was named as one of the demons, along with Asmodeus and Leviathan. And I showed you the picture of that dude, Asmodeus.
Nobody, all
It's
head.
crazy. And he's also, Asmodeus, you have 2 demons, right? Remember you have wet dreams, when a man has wet dreams and nocturnal emissions. There's a female demon. It is in connection with a female demon. And the woman has a male demon called Asmodeus, which is a sex demon. That was the same demon that was killing Tamar's husbands because the demon loved her. So every time when her father would give her to a man, the dude in the chamber would end up dead.
Don't get a chance to
go into her.
Yeah, the female demon is the succubus.
Right.
Male is the ignorant.
Right.
That's what they.
Right. And with that, I hope I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, Teacher Indeed. Chief Mika, I love you.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my leader, and Chief Levite, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect. Mothers of Israel, brothers and sisters, I bid y'all turn up our forefathers. Shalom Aleichem. We'll go. First stop is in Genesis chapter 15.
Genesis chapter 15.
The thing about this, Muhammad said, man, the only thing that's going to keep you anchored is the law, not the history.
That's right.
Never mind who these people are, This is Israel, who the Edomites are. Forget that. That identification thing is what got most people tracked off.
That's
Leave
right.
that alone. God accepts anyone who accepts his commandments and does them.
That's right.
Clearly, it's all over this book. Job didn't come out the line of Yaakov. He was born in Babylon.
Right.
Abraham was not an Israelite. He was a Hebrew.
That's right.
The children of Israel come from them. All the ones that were born out of Jacob, those are called Israelites. Because Abraham had a bunch of kids. Abraham was the only Hebrew. So before that, he was a Babylonian. Am I correct?
Right.
Before that, Most High didn't appear to Abraham, and he didn't know nothing about these commandments. He said it again. Abraham served his father served idols. Back then, you gonna serve what your father served. Back then, your father say this is God. You gonna say this is God too. You're not gonna be. Well, everybody has their own opinion. Not like today.
That's right.
It wasn't like that. Even the heathen followed whatever their parents told them. Okay? That's where you get the name household gods from.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Because whatever the father substantiate, that's what everybody, and then the son goes in his house, he get his house, and it's the same thing, and it goes on for generations. That's what the Most High said for us to do with this. We do it, teach it to our children, teach it to your sons. That way your sons will teach it to their sons. That by that time you gone, you dead for 200 years now, you still have people, men that came from out of your lineage that is still doing what you taught them. That's how God said you keep the commandments. That's how it's kept. So it started with Abraham. It all started with Abraham.
That's right.
Okay? There was a time before Abraham, in his time, nobody was doing commandments.
Mm-hmm.
Enoch Ben got taken up.
Mm-hmm.
Noah been dead. Man, all those guys from the genealogy, they're gone. Abraham, the only one walking around, and God looked at him and said, man, he got it. He is going to do it because whatever I tell him, he's going to believe me. A student, a bad student, and a good student, right? What you think? What would you rather deal with? A bad student or a good student? A good student.
Right.
Not make problems, trouble. They're not going to frustrate the situation. And that's what God looked. He said, man, this guy here, if I tell him, he is going to be a good student. He's going to follow and he's going to believe everything and do immediately everything I tell him.
Yeah.
So Genesis chapter 15.
After these things, the word of Elohim came to Abraham in the vision, saying, fear not, Abraham, I am thy shield, and thy reward will be very great.
He told Abraham, he said, fear not, don't be afraid of nothing. You won't have to be afraid of nothing. Okay? He said, I'm your shield. I am your protector. And your exceeding great reward. And that exceeding great reward came later. He said, oh, because you're going to get rewarded for following me. But you don't get that reward. That exceeding, this is beyond any reward you can receive on this planet while you're alive. That's why it's called exceeding great reward. He said, I'm your shield. That's why we are the 6-point star, which they call the Star of David, which they also call the Star of Solomon. It's not the Star of David or the Star of Solomon. It's not even a star. Okay? It's called, the real name is called the hexagram.
The hexagram.
It's a 6-pointed pyramidic symbol. Okay?
Satanic symbol.
You see what Chief Shaman was just teaching about the Trinity and the triad. That's 3 gods in one. This is where they get the shape of the triangle from. Each point in the triangle represents a god. And at first it was called a triad. Now today it's called a trinity. And you take a bunch of these certain amount of numbers of triangles, put them together, and it will form this thing called a hexagram, which is used in witchcraft, which represents people who worship the devil. And you have the 5-pointed, they call it a 5-point star. This is called the pentagram. Penta means 5. Hexa means 6. Okay? So that means it has 6 points. This one has 5 points. And it's actually shaped of the face of the Ba, which is the goat head, which is one of the main representations of the devil himself.
Them stars
represent
that nigga
When
face.
you take that star and put it over that hideous picture,
You're gonna see
it will match up.
It'll match up.
Every point, the horns, the beard, the whiskers that come out of the beard, everything will match up.
That's a fact.
So those stars, there's no such
It's
thing.
no good, man.
David never dealt with that. Some people I heard, they said, well, Solomon was a mason. It don't say that either in the book. It don't say that. You know what it said he did? It said he built houses for his wives so they could worship their gods. You know why? Because they were homesick. You know what homesick is? You know what homesick is? I miss being around my family when this day comes. When this day comes. Okay? So now he said, okay, so guess what? You don't have to be homesick, baby. You could serve your deity right here. And he made houses for all of them. And that set off in Israel churches, temples, and all of these things. That's where they come from. There's only supposed to be one place where God chose to place his name there. One place where the people call upon his name and worship him. One place, and that's the same place where you bring your offerings.
Right.
There's not supposed to be no altar. There's only supposed to be one altar. I hear Israelites today make altars for people. And they're doing it. And look. Back then you made an altar. The altar, you're going to sacrifice something on it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? These people are making it in memorial of the dead.
That's right.
You can't do nothing in memorial of the dead.
That's right.
Memory means in memory of the dead.
That's right.
Down to giving a moment of silence.
That's right.
You can't do that.
That's right.
You know what happens when you give a moment of silence? What they do? They bow their head.
Bow your head, paying respect.
When you bow your head, thank you. You pray reverence. You're giving up reverence. Reverence, when you give up reverence, you worship.
That's right.
Whatever you take and put on your wall, you worship.
That's right.
You venerate.
That's right.
Whatever you hang up, whatever you set up in your house, in your room, on your table, on your night table, it is venerated. Whatever you venerate, you worship. Whatever you admire, or whoever you admire, you worship. That's why the thing also goes into celebrities.
That's right. That's
Rappers,
That's right.
actors,
That's right. Keep bigging them up.
showmakers, and all these big time people that we see. They're celebrities, no,
Keep bigging them up.
famous people. We can't have nothing to do with them.
Keep bigging them up.
They serve other gods.
Keep bigging them up. They serve Satan.
Okay,
They
some
worship.
they don't
Keep
serve
picking
the
them up.
Most High God.
Keep picking them up.
Okay, well, let me show you something.
Talk about it.
You know who created theater? You know who created acting? The art of acting? And where the Grammys come from? And where the Oscars come from? Greece. Theater started in Greece.
Talk
The
about it.
first theater was in the first restaurant. The first restaurant was what? What was the name of it? It started with an M.
Midrash.
Midrash. It was a god named Midrash amongst the ancient Greeks. And to accommodate their worshipers, you go to serve the deity, right? But before you do that, you go through the bathhouse. This is where they get what they call them steam houses. When you go over there, men are naked, saunas. And you're sitting there, and they're sitting there,
A bunch of naked
people, and steam. All of that, restaurants, okay, theaters, shows,
Talk about
movies. Back then, they didn't have projectors and movies. They really portrayed whatever the play. It's where plays, all of that. We learned this from young. That's why we were never in plays in school. Think about it. We've never got. Listen, hey, auditioning for these plays to play this, to play who? Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
To play Amadeus, Bach. You know these guys. That's where it started from. And in that place, you go to the bathhouse. After that, you serve the idol, and guess what? The sacrifice of the idol is what's on the menu.
Yeah.
And you sit down and you tell them how you want it. The waiters and all of that came from that idea. We can't even go sit down in restaurants. No, but the food is clean. No, it's not. You say it's clean. You don't know how it was fixed behind closed doors. Is that man or woman back there clean? Are their utensils clean?
Right.
9 times out of 10, no. Israelites say, yeah, man. No.
No.
That's the only way. You are sure how you eat, how you dress, how you do everything. You know for sure because you're not taking no chances on nobody else's word. You have to know with your own eyes and your own ears. You can't say, well, maybe that's not good enough.
That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
Maybe it's not good enough.
Now you got to know.
And if you don't know what we was taught, do without.
Do it out. When in doubt.
When in doubt, do without.
Do without.
Stop messing with it because you
playing around.
really don't know. You are assuring yourself
Mm-hmm.
that this is good.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not eating with the blood. This is not eating the blood. You're telling yourself that. You got to do exactly what it's saying in this book. So those signs and symbols and those idols and all those places that they made, the origin, they go together. While the people are sitting down eating, under them, another level under them, they have priests of Baal, priests of Satan. And these guys use those symbols, hexagram and pentagram and others, the moon with the crescent. They use these things. That's why God said, don't worship the sun, moon, and stars. Because people use the symbol of the sun, moon, and stars and everything in the heavens that you can see, and they use it to represent their idols and Satan and the followers of. God said, he told Abraham, I'm your shield. You don't even have to walk around with a sword and an actual shield. You, Abraham, I got you. And we'll see as you read along, anybody came with any trouble towards Abraham, they were dealt with. One guy was warned. One guy went to sleep. God went in his dream and said, yo, give that man back, the wife you took from him. Now, immediately, that guy woke up out of his sleep and he called for Abraham. He said, yo, why you lied to me, man? And you know why I lied to you. Because if I'd have told you that this was my wife, this is what they do back then. You would have killed me. They would kill me and take your wife. If your wife bad, they're going to take her. Okay? That's just how it was back then. So he said, look, listen, man, you tell them that you're my sister. Okay? Let them know. But when God told him that man said, listen, man, you lied to me. Because God came to me last night in the train, man. And after that, he said, look, man, live on the outskirts. You got to get up. Same thing happened with Isaac. I thought he said, Isaac, no, man, you can't stay in my city no more. You got to go. God is your shield. God was their protector. God said, okay, these guys respect money. Now I'm going to make you rich, Abraham. Now I'm going to make you rich. Everywhere you went, you're going to collect as you go. You're going to collect servants as you go. You're going to collect as you go. To the point where ain't no king. He's just as wealthy as the kings of the land. So that's why I say, yo, man, you're a prince among us. Because you got your own, you just one man and you got as much as the kingdom over here. God said, I am thy shield and thy great exceeding reward. Tamshi.
And Abraham said, Elohim, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is Eliezer of the
He said, you know what he's thinking in his head? have no seed. I don't have a son. This stuff is great. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna live in heaven. But according to what you're saying, I have to have a son. All I got is Eliezer of Damascus. Tongue sheet. Eliezer of Damascus is he got him from young and took him in on his travels down into Canaan land of Damascus when he went through Syria. You got to pass through Syria before you get to Canaan land, which is Israel. Because he's coming from Babylon. Babylon is all the way over here. Israel is where that chair at. And he's going to pass through Assyria, Syria, then he go down into Israel. And he picked up Damascus here in Syria. So he's like, yo, I got this Damascus, but look, he's not my biological son. That's what they say today, right? He's not of my loins. He's my son. I had him. He's my second in command. But the thing you're talking about, it has to be lineage, direct lineage. So God said, listen to what God told him. He said, Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed. You haven't given me no seed yet. And lo, one born in my house is mine here. Tamshi. He said, I only got one that's not of my seed. That if I die now, he get everything. Tamshi.
And behold, the word of Elohim came to him, saying, this shall not be thy heir.
He said, this guy's not gonna want to inherit. He's not gonna inherit this blessing. Tamshi.
But he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels.
You're gonna have some that come, that come out of you. So God has predicted him the future. He said, man, you're gonna have a son. Tamshi.
And he brought him outside and said, look now toward heaven.
So he said he brought him forth abroad. That means Abram was in his quarters. He was in his tent. God pulled up on him right up in there and spoke to him.
Right.
And then he told him, come outside. He said he brought him forth outside to show him something. What did God show him?
And said, look now toward heaven and count the stars.
That means it was nighttime. That means it was nighttime. And I read all over the book that at night, David prayed, meditate on God, deep in the night. Can't sleep? Pray. Read the book. Meditate on God. That's what the godly men do. And that's one of the ways also to keep you fine-tuned. Keep you fine-tuned. Because not every time you're going to be able to sleep good. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Yeah.
Even back then with them, it has nothing to do with diet or nothing. I noticed that there are times even kings couldn't sleep good.
Yeah.
So he got up at night. He said, let me look through the records. I can't sleep. Yeah, bring the archives. Let me hear it. And then God did that.
That's right.
God did that. Made him think about it. Make him lose sleep. Yeah, man. Well, that happens.
That's right.
And in that sleep, yo, you don't complete your sleep cycles until you wake up. And you have been up at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's the times you by yourself, you commune with God. You can talk. As if he's there, he hear you. He hear you. You can talk as if he's there. You can talk while you're walking. You can talk to God in your heart. That's what I was taught. You can make decisions while you're walking. Right then and there. And it will be heard. You can make up your mind in your heart. You don't have to say it. Because he told Daniel, he said, yo, from the time that you said in your heart, meaning he didn't declare it,
Made his mind.
but you said in your heart, I'm not going back. I'm going to do this. And blah, 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 blah. He said, I was ordered to come and hold you down.
Right.
You know what hold you down mean? Protect you.
That's
You
right.
know what hold you down mean?
That's right.
Be your shield.
That's right.
You know what hold you down mean? Oh, no. That's not the way to go. Oh, get back in line. You know what that means? This guy over here got evil intention. He about to set you up. You don't know about it, but God makes something happen to him or distract him from you. That's how he works. That's how he protect you. That's how you move. Tom Sheep.
And he said to him, so shall thy seed be. And he believed in Elohim and counted it to him for righteousness.
He said, look now toward heaven Told you it's nighttime. And tell the stars, if you could count all the stars. You know how much stars back then in the ancient world? You see the host of heaven very clearly. That's why God warned them so much. Don't be looking up, because if you're in the mountains, because I've lived in the mountains. Okay, willfully and forcefully. I've lived in the mountains. At night, it's clearer in mountainous areas or in the country. The sky at night is clearer than it is here in the city.
Right.
Much more clearer.
Right.
And you see billions of stars.
That's right. That's right.
You see constellations.
That's
You
right.
see stuff flying around. Blah, 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 blah.
That's right.
I said, man, don't even be driven. Don't look at it and say, oh, look at that. Oh, look at the eclipse. Oh, look, Eva, look at. None of that. We can't do none of that. We are not to be amazed at these things.
Yeah, that's right.
God said, then you do that, you are driven to worship them.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the key, to be driven to worship them.
That's right.
You can't sing this song, Wish Upon a Star. See how it goes? The cow jumped over the moon. Very well. Nursery rhymes. Aesop's favorite. All these things got to do with what's in the heavens. And that's why most religions stem from sun, moon, and star worship.
Yeah.
He said the star in Amos. He said the star of your gods. And he named them. These stars represent the gods. So we didn't have nothing to do with them things, man. And you can't number all the stars that you see. God told him that's how your seed gonna be. Remember now, it ain't just we said Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov. Yaakov had 12 children, 12 sons. Those 12 sons made 12 tribes. Those 12 tribes made the millions, right?
Yeah.
But Abraham had other children too. Jokshan, Medan, Dedan, Seba, from Keturah, right? And he had Ishmael from Hagar. Ishmael also, God said, I will also bless Ishmael, and he shall have 12 princes also. The blessing just ain't going to go through him. It's going to go through Yaakov and the 12 he got. Esau called them dukes. He had 12 dukes, 12 princes. All of these are Abraham's children. Okay? But the one that God's put his eyes upon and direct his covenant with and keep the covenant with was the lineage that came straight from Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov.
And he believed in Elohim, and he counted it to him for righteousness.
So now God just told him, your seed gonna be countless, like these stars, right? When God told him that, he believed it. He said, oh, okay, wow, that's good. That's good. I'm gonna be the father of many nations out here. He believed him. And God said that was righteousness. Believe in God, whatever you read in here is righteousness. Because what you read in here is what God said. That was his first step. And the first step that he led towards God was just believing. But once you believe something, you're gonna act upon it. Right or wrong?
Right.
You're going to put action towards it. And that was, you didn't have to show Abraham a sign. You didn't have to say, well, how do I know you are God? See, these are the things that people will ask today. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
He said, man, I'm going to make the stars. And he said, okay, man, you are it. You are the God. And he believed it. Some shit.
And he said to him, I am Elohim, the El that brought thee out of Ur.
He said, I am the God. He said, I am God. I am the God. You understand that? You're putting a title on it. Not like I am one of the gods. I am the God. I'm El. I am the God that brought you out. Okay? Well, man. He said, don't that sound like? Fast forward. I am the Lord thy God. Is what they brought out of the land of Egypt. Right?
Right.
Before that, he told Abraham, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, out of Babylon. Ur is Ur Kasdim. Kasdim, Ur of the Chaldeans. That's the main city of Babylon. Ancient Sumer. They call it Sumerian. All right? All right? He said, and I gave thee this land, which is Canaan, to inherit. You are going to wind up owning this. You are going to inherit Jamshi.
To give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Elohim, but what shall I know that I shall inherit it?
He said, how am I going to know? When this time comes, Jamshi.
And he said to him, take me a heifer of 3 years old.
He said, I'm going to give you the time frame right now. He said, before that, though, he said, because so when you're around, when you're close to God, certain things you got to do, certain things you can't do.
That's right.
There's certain things that he's going to tell you to do, not everybody's going to do. Because look what he's doing. He asked a question, and just like Ezra, he said, yo, man, when you guys is asking questions, man, that require answers to be revealed, that normally not supposed to be revealed to you guys, right? But you on a level with God and you're so close to him, you've got no choice but to wonder and ask. You're gonna ask. He said, yo, I can't know most time, but your God take you on a journey, you ain't gonna understand everything that he show you.
Right.
That's correct. He gotta explain it to you. All right? So he said, look, man, before I answer this, he said, take a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, a turtle, and a young pigeon. You don't see nobody do this ever again in the book.
No.
This was something personal. The priests don't even do this here.
Right.
This was so that, like he said, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? He said, how am I going to know? What time frame? So he said, all right, I'm going to tell you, but first you got to get these things. A heifer that is exactly 3 years old. How are you going to know if it's 3 years old if you buying it from the Muslim dude that got a farm over here? Or you buying it from the Hebrew brother, Israelite brother over here? When they did these things, when they brought up their animals to be sacrificed, it was of their own yard. You know what that means? It came out of your yard. It was yours. You did not buy it from somebody. You cannot buy any animal and sacrifice to God. You can't get nothing from a heathen and devote it to God. That's why he said, nah, we need to leave this place with us, our wives, our children, and our cattle. Remember, he said, yo, let the men go. One time he said, keep the cattle here. He said, no. We need our cattle to serve God.
Right.
This is what all the atonements, and this is what the priests ain't got nothing to offer up to God without this stuff. You want us, we need total deep independence from you.
Yep.
Okay? And anytime God said, when he said you shall take a kid of the goats, it's because you got goats in the backyard, in your field, that belong to you. And you know why? Because you know how old this one is. Naturally, you're going to be able to keep track of all of your animals. The same way we keep track of the cats. We can run a whole line of generation of cats that we don't have in here. Right or wrong?
Right.
Generations, lineage of cats. Right or wrong? When you have your animals, okay, bad. This one just had boom. This is a male. All right. This one I'm separating. I'm not going to work him. I'm not going to put no yoke on him because I'm separating this. This guy here is going to be taken down and separated to be taken to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. You can't bring an animal that's been yoked, that a yoke has been put on that has been working in the field. You can't bring that up. You understand? That's how holy God's God and his offering is, let alone the man that's offering it. First of all, the priest has the breastplate.
Mhm.
He has the plate on his head that says holiness to the Lord.
Uh-huh.
You know what's holding it up? A cord of blue.
Mhm.
Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And he got the ephod, the linen ephod on. And he got some things sitting on his shoulders called ouches. Onyx stones sitting in gold. And 6 names of the tribes of Israel on one, 6 names of the tribes of Israel on the other.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what is required and more. Nobody even knows where these things are at. God has them hidden. He has them hidden. There's no altar. There's no altar going. There's no burnt offering going down now.
Mhm.
So these things must be left alone.
That's right.
He said, when you don't do it the way I tell you to do it, you sacrifice the demons. You look up the word in Hebrew, it's Sebeah. And if you look that up, it means the goat of Bendel and Seraim. Right, Seraim, plural. So all those idols, all those idol gods, all of them are demons. He said, I don't care if you say, I'm sacrificing this to the Lord. God ain't accepting that. There's only one way God accepted sacrifices. Fire came down from the heaven and consumed what was being sacrificed.
That's right.
Just remember that.
That's right.
And he said to him, take me a heifer, 3 years old,
Uh-huh.
a goat, 3 years old,
Uh-huh.
and a ram, 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took to him all these and divided them in the midst, and laid each half against the other. But the birds he divided not.
He didn't divide the birds, he kept them whole. He divided the heifer, he divided the she-goat, and he divided the she-goat is a female goat. And he divided the ram, sheep.
And the eagle came down upon the carcasses, and Abraham drove them away.
The fowls, the eagles, these are birds of prey. It's dead animals, that's food. So they're coming down trying to eat them, and Abraham, shoot them away, sheep.
And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said
And he
to
stayed
Abraham,
like that all day, waiting on God to start kicking it to him. He did exactly what God did, laid them out there, cut them in the midst, didn't cut the birds, and he kept the animals and he kept the scavengers, the birds and everything from getting to him. And after a while, he said the sun was going down. Okay? It's evening time now.
Yeah.
The sun is starting to get darker and darker. He said, and then a deep sleep fell upon Abraham. He fell asleep, a deep sleep. We call it a coma. It's not no regular sleep.
Right.
To where you make a loud noise and, man, you woke me up out of my sleep. There's nothing to do. You think he drunk sleep, but he wasn't drunk.
Yeah.
God put him under deep sleep where he could not be distracted.
Mm-hmm.
Where God is taking his spirit in that dream, he's going to see and understand clearly and see things vividly.
That's right.
So it caused him a deep sleep fell upon Abram. He said, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. He says he just got scared. Horror. What horror does to horrify, terrify people. Meaning he felt horror.
Yeah.
So that's it. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't see where it was coming from yet. Sheep.
And he said to Abraham, know surely that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them.
He said, look, before they get all this good stuff here, he said, no, but short. He said, look, I'm going to let you know right now, they're going to be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. Do you know how it is to be a stranger in a land that is not yours?
Yeah.
You don't run nothing.
Right.
You're not going to get 100% justice.
No.
You're going to get persecuted wrongly.
Right.
Okay? That's what happens when you're a stranger in a land that's not yours. It's like being in a house.
Yeah.
You staying in a house that's not yours. You're just a stranger.
Yeah.
Everybody that know each other for years, you knew.
Dig it.
You can't say too much. It's not your land.
That's
It's
right.
not your house.
That's right.
You have to control your humility. You have to limit yourself. It's not your land, not your house.
Right.
He said, so look, man, they're going to be in a situation, they ain't going to be able to do too much. They're going to wind up in a land that's not theirs. And whenever that happens, that means you're subjugated.
Right.
You are subjugated to what? To the treatment, the laws, okay? And treatment could be good or bad from a country. Because I can't say it's all bad either.
Right.
We just had a president, as bad as he was, everybody said, he gave money out to people, man. He gave money out to people.
They want him back.
And a lot of people want him back. He got a strong backing. And because he's bringing money. Yeah, hey, you may not like what he said or did over here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But he's giving you money.
Mm-hmm.
See, you can't do nothing about these things. It's not your land.
He's a smart ruler.
Okay? And you have some men that know. They say, yo, man, it's a Rehoboam. And so the men that counseled Rehoboam's father, you know who Rehoboam's father was? Solomon. The same Solomon you've been hearing about all your life.
Mm-hmm.
He had a son named Rehoboam. And the people came to him and said, look, man, your father, he had a heavy tax, meaning they had to pay taxes. There was a time in the ancient world, you can't complain about paying taxes today. You can't complain. Inflation, this thing costs too much, it's $3. You can't do nothing about it because you are a stranger in their land. You are expendable. You don't run nothing. When you run it, you can say how much it costs. And then when the complaint comes against you, let's see how much you're going to like it. So, these things you don't have no control over. You don't. Because we have put ourselves, our fathers and our ancestors have put themselves in a predicament of being scattered all over the world, being spread out, being kicked out. Got kicked out of Israel the same way Adam got kicked out of paradise, the Garden of Eden. Don't you see that?
Yep.
The spot where you at, you can't be here no more because of what you did. It got a different effect on your spirit, and you can't be here no more.
Mm-hmm.
God said the same thing about Israel. He said, look at this land here. He said, my eye is on this land here. He said, and the people that's on it, which is the Canaanites, their time is up. So he always talk about time.
Right.
Their time was up. He said, the iniquity of the Amorites has not yet been fulfilled.
Right.
So he said, look, they're going to get it, but not yet. They still got more to go. Their mark is right here. And at the same time, their mark is here. It's time for them to go. It's just about the time I got Israel coming out. And I'm going to use Israel to wipe them out. That's why he gave them the command in Deuteronomy 7 to utterly means there's no coming back from this. Utterly means you're wiping out of existence. We don't want no trace of these people. We don't want no son alive. We don't want no daughter alive. We don't want no man alive. Even if the woman is a virgin, she got to go. We don't want none of these people. God said utterly destroyed. When those two words are used, utterly destroyed, like he said with the Amalekites, didn't he give that same order?
Yep.
Now see, people have to understand one thing, the Most High God, he says what is worthy to be put to death and what is not worthy to be put to death. Well, in this case here, now you got to pay back, you got to do this, you got to do this. In this case here, you put him to death. See what he said about the man gathering sticks. And I'm glad the man made a point because a lot of people get taken off. He violated by gathering.
Yes.
Right there, right along.
That's it.
And I'm glad you meant it because since I was a kid, I've been hearing, because he was going to do this with the stick. He could have been building a house. He could have been making his intent was to go make a campfire. Who knows? But he already made an action that was a violated move against the Sabbath day.
That's right.
And that's why they say, well, hold up, man, we're going to put this guy on. We don't know what to do with this yet. It's the first time. Remember now, they're the pioneers. Okay? Certain things, they have to get shown what to do. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
So that's why they lined up to see Moses about certain situations with the law, for it to be broken down to him. And when Moses said it was this and that, that's what it was. But the man said, yo, this is too much. You need help. So you got to make officers, men of truth, hated covetousness,
That's right.
right?
That's right.
Of that caliber.
That's right.
You can't make everybody and anybody an officer. Because everybody don't become an officer. To move as an officer requires main thing
Certain things. That's
and a lot of things.
That's right.
You can't be in the light with certain things. You can't join with everybody else. You can't agree with everybody else. Your decision is mainly upon the law because you're going to have situations, controversies. People are going to come for answers in the law to the officer. Now you have some officers that are more hands-on officers than book officers. Am I right or wrong?
That's right. That's right.
The hands-on officers, you have nothing to say. Let the ones that know the book and they specialize in the book more, let them address the people in the matters of the laws of God. There is a way to do all this.
That's right.
Everybody can't do the same thing. Hey, man, this guy, he'll accept what's being said in the book from you, but not from me.
Right.
So guess what? I gotta shut up.
Yeah.
It's not about me.
Yep.
I have to look. Hey, that's just how maybe he got more of a bond with him. Maybe he is able to speak the language for him to, the way he speak, whatever. Right? I'm supposed to stay. All right, cool. He's getting to him. That's all that matters. Yeah. I can't let my vainness.
No. But I'm gonna try to work
my
on
ego.
Yeah, work on that. Yeah.
My character, my personality.
Sure.
Well, man, how come when I say it, I don't care. As long as you got it, cool.
Right.
Because if there's a problem that will emerge, you will handle it. Yeah. But it ain't even, my goal is a question that's been asked about God and his commandments. So my goal or our goal is to answer that question. Now, there are certain questions I'm not going to answer.
Right.
All right? I'm not even going to entertain it. That's why I only conversate with very, 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 very few men. And most of them come from right out of here. Most of them come from right out of here. I ain't doing it with everybody. I don't have to.
Yeah.
God said, tell them whether they forbear or not. So once you've been told, and I see you're defiant, you always coming up, you're trying to defend some violation against God and his commandments, then I don't want to talk. I ain't got nothing to talk to you about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's just me. I don't have to. I'm not sinning. Okay? I go along about my business.
Yeah.
You know what matters? Every man commands his household after him. That's what God look at.
That's right.
Command, not force. If I gotta force you, you gotta go.
That's right.
It's a different thing, right or wrong.
Right.
I gotta force you, yo, man. Listen, this ain't working. Because you're gonna keep bucking what I'm telling you you have to do with following these commandments of my house. You can't bring that in here. Or you can't do this here today. Or we don't say that in here. We don't play that in here.
Yeah.
We don't sing that in here.
Yeah. That's right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
All these things are abominable towards God. So, man, being that there's so much of a problem with you It's nothing, man. We ain't gotta part on bad terms either. This is just not the place for you.
Right, that's it.
What I command, because this is my household, and I commanded under the laws of God. God told me what to allow my house, what not to allow, how to carry my house in His ways and commandments. That's what these commands. And the one thing I see He said, yo, it's not that Abraham know what's going on. He was talking to his angels, man. He was talking to his angels. He wasn't talking to no other human being. The only human being he spoke to was Abraham.
Right.
Okay? That's the only guy he spoke to. He didn't speak to nobody else. Okay? So, being that given and said, your people are going to be subjugated. They're going to wind up in slavery. He said they're going to serve them. They're going to work for them. They're going to work for them. Now, let you know something. Slavery was, is, and still is one of the biggest commodities and economy of money in the world. Okay? Still got a lot of illegal trafficking going on. Still got a lot of kids getting snatched up and taken to places they've never been, don't know where they at. You have girls getting snatched up, taken to other countries, and getting put to prostitution at 10 years old. Okay? Getting sold. You get grabbed up here, and they take you somewhere else and sell you. Don't that sound familiar? Didn't they do that with Joseph? He was in the pit, and all his brothers put in there for him. They planned to kill him. They said, yo, let's go eat. Sat down to eat. So Reuben said, okay, it's a good time to sneak off now. Because he wasn't agreeing with that. Yeah. He said, look, man, he got on my nerves too, but I don't want to kill him. Yeah. I don't want to kill him. Plus, how am I going to tell him? I'm going to go back and tell him how about this?
He said, me, where I'm going?
He said, where I'm going to go? I can't go home.
That's right.
And that's the only home I ain't going nowhere else.
He
He said, man, I can't allow them
to do that.
To do that to him. But he couldn't stop all of them.
Yeah.
Physically, they outnumbered him.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, he had to make a move. And he slid off. And he went to go to the hole where he was at. But when he looked, he said, oh, God, he gone.
He went over by himself to snatch him up.
He said, Joe, he was going to snatch him up and leave.
Snatch him up.
And they would have sat right there.
Right.
Eating.
He's going to turn him back to the pops.
And when they come back to the hole, they said, man, Reuben, man, they'd have put two and two together.
Yeah.
And they would have seen the error in his way. And when they said it, he would have told them.
Yeah, but the thing is, they wouldn't have moved on Reuben.
They wouldn't have moved on Reuben. No, they wouldn't have moved on him. Once they looked and they see that, they would have stood corrected. Because remember later on, Reuben said, yo, man, did not I tell y'all not to do it?
Yeah.
Now you see what happened? Y'all should have listened, man.
That's right.
So brothers had to listen to brothers, man.
That's right.
When it's concerning the word of God, mommy and daddy.
Right.
We have to remind each other. We have to keep pull each other's coat.
That's right.
Because he said, damn, man, I told y'all. Now, if y'all had listened, we wouldn't be in this predicament.
That's right.
But, this certain matter was of God. Mm-hmm. Certain matters we don't know.
Right.
We only know because we read about it.
That's right.
And it's been revealed to us. Right. So there are certain things that we won't know in life until after the fact, until the conclusion. You can look back and say, hey, this was of God.
Yeah.
But certain things we read in here, it said Samson, he didn't want none of his women, none of the Hebrew women. He got a thing for Philistine women.
Yeah, that's all he wanted. That's all he wanted.
He got a thing for Philistine women.
But
it said it was of God. It said, man, I don't know what's wrong with this boy. He keep coming and ask me to hook him up. I gotta keep talking to heathens, hooking him up. He said, man, you ain't got this is enough women of your people and of your tribe, which is Judah, that you could go and we could ask any of the men to get their daughters to you.
Young virgins.
He said, why you want to go amongst the heathen, the foreign woman, the woman who don't care about your God? She's not, no. And she don't care about your God. And by you linking up with her weakens you.
Yeah, that's right.
Because when you're not around, you're going to catch her.
That's right.
You're going to bust her. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to go crazy. And then going crazy, you might lose yourself because you're fervent with God.
We don't belong.
And then after a while, you're going to realize, say, you know what? Every time I flip out, the origin of me flipping out has to do with the commandments. It is always, I'm getting up. All right, so you know what?
You against my God.
That's why when people say, well, man, so I gotta serve your God in order to be your woman. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Because if not, she gonna teach your kids
Yes, you
against God.
Yes, you do. Because to be my woman means we're gonna be having sex, we're gonna be having kids, we're gonna have a family. So yeah, baby, you're gonna have to switch over for it.
Because if not, she gonna teach your kids against
You're gonna
God.
be my opposition. You're gonna be God's opposition, and I'm gonna be the villain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the villain.
And I'm gonna look like the bad guy.
I'm always look like the bad guy. I'm gonna look like I'm doing something wrong, but I'm gonna doing what God told me to teach my children diligently, man.
Play with me, man.
And he said, well, look at Abraham. He commands his household after him.
Facts. She gonna teach them against God.
The man is gonna command his sons. Right? I'm saying the mother's gonna do it. That's right. Most mothers, if they not with the dad, if they don't agree with the dad, they got something else going on. And that's how the kids get veered off.
Yeah.
That's why they don't like coming here.
No
they
better.
don't want to do this.
Right.
Because the mother intervenes
mother.
with the good stuff. But the good
mother.
stuff is the evilness.
The mother.
It's the wickedness.
The mother, the wicked mother.
And then by the time, look, and years pass when the kid is grown, the mother tell him, man, you're a grown man, go about the business. That's what they do today, right or wrong. You're a grown man now.
Wicked.
Go about yourself now.
Wicked.
And now he's on his own. And
The ways of his mother.
And that's how he's gonna die. That's how he's gonna live. That's how he's gonna die. And he's gonna have children.
Wicked.
And he's gonna have sons. And the same cycle goes on and 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 on.
Wicked. Until God remove you.
You cannot be an adversary, man. When you putting a stop to, it says something about a person
Playing games.
that gains souls. Say God bless. You gaining souls meaning you talk and and people are coming because of you. Because of you. Oh man, yeah, man. This guy here, yeah, man. Lord Knox brought him in there. He came through Shama. You get blessings through that. No matter the outcome with that person. Because that person, their own decision. But it's different with when you got wife, sons, daughters. They are expected to follow after you according to what God said. He said, because, yo, man, he commanded his household after him. That means, yo, we ain't got to keep that from Abraham because whatever I tell him, the whole house going to do it.
Yeah.
He going to make sure that. So I said, yo, listen, baby girl. Yes, baby girl, this is how it go. If you want to be with me, you got to drop that.
Yep.
Drop that. And I know it seems strange. You know why? Because that stuff you do over there is strange to me. See, whatever you are accustomed to and whatever you are used to, outside of that, it's going to seem strange.
Right.
But if it's wickedness that you're used to, there come a time when you have to break your spirit.
Right.
You have to tell yourself, enough is enough.
You know better than having a tree in your house.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. They say, oh no, but I know the Most High. No, you don't.
You don't. You don't know God.
You don't know the Most High.
Play.
You know what it means to know the Most High?
You don't know God.
That once you learn that this stuff here is no good, and you read it and God say it, and you see it and it's plain, it's in English, it's in Hebrew, it's in Spanish, it's in every language in the world, and you still decide to do it?
You wicked, man.
And at least do it by yourself.
Do it by yourself. Don't drag my sons with you.
Don't drag nobody with you.
Drag my sons with you.
Because you know what I notice? Misery.
Love's coming.
Misery comes from a wicked person. Only a wicked person stays miserable.
Facts.
Miserable.
Facts.
Always ready. I want to argue.
Always want to argue. Word. Talk about it, man. Talk about
Why
it.
are you doing this?
Feet and blood.
This is what
It could be
this
that
is what
deep.
divides families, divides relationships. It's a haughty spirit that you have to
Talk
break.
about it, man.
And you ain't gonna be able to do his commandments.
Wicked.
You're not gonna be able to do it. It ain't nothing to stop from stealing. It ain't nothing to say, oh, I don't eat pork no more. It's nothing to stop these physical
Talk
things.
about it.
Tell me,
It's nothing. You're not missing nothing. You've been revealed the truth. But a lie smell and taste so good. That's what one brother said. He said the truth don't taste good. He said the truth is bitter and it's hard and it cuts you. He said that's why people don't want to hear it. He said, well, he said people tell you, oh, be easy. He said, man, don't go so hard. It's the truth, right? It's the truth. And then still we start dealing with the truth with ourselves and what's around us. So we're going to stay moving and bumping your head.
Talk about it.
You're going to stay thinking you good and you not good.
Right.
You're going to say, no, I serve God and you don't serve God.
Yeah.
You didn't say to yourself, well, look, man, I'm on the road. I ain't there, though. It's more for me to do. Am I doing everything that I know? These are the questions Chief used to say. Talk about it. He said, yeah, this is how you analyze yourself. Are you doing everything right now that you know? Talk about it. It could be two things, two laws. It's the only two laws you know so far. But are you doing it?
yeah.
Have you stopped doing it since you started doing it?
Yeah.
These are the things that was taught to us. These are the ways that you're not going to get in there.
Yeah.
And you're going to get it from a man who follows God.
Yeah.
Because if I go down a territory where nobody on the earth go, I'm going to be able to tell you how to navigate. You know what navigate is?
Yeah.
Tell you which way to turn, which way not to turn. And that's what was done. And his example, that man's example, is the laws of God and the men in here that follow the laws of God. Not all the Israelites follow God. Let's get this simple and plain and straight now. They were all blessed at a time. Then they all turned on God. So then now we became individual families and individual men that stuck out in God's eyes. In God's eyes.
Right.
Not amongst the people. It was a time in Israel where you say, thus saith the Lord, and you die for that.
That's right. That's right.
Time sheet.
They shall afflict them 400 years, and also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge.
I'm going to judge that nation too. God judge all nations. People get judged individually and as a whole.
Right.
He said, I judge all nations. This nation, he said, there's a time. He said, also that nation whom they shall serve. Okay? You know who that was? That's the Egyptians.
Yeah.
I'm at Genesis 15 at the end of 13th verse.
And then
He
14,
said,
and then 14.
you see what he said? He said they're not getting away with it either because their time gonna get judged too. By the time I'm ready to get Israel out, Egypt. He told Moses, he said, I'm about to visit Egypt. Egypt, it's time for me to visit them. Because the standards of a country and a continent of people, after a while, their sins have get to a mark too with God.
That's right.
And God destroys them in different ways.
That's right.
You just seen the last one. God raised up this one man that runs Russia against another country. And he wiping them out. He's still wiping them out.
Yeah.
Wow.
God, you ain't, moves don't get made on a world scale level like that.
Yeah.
Without God. You don't make world event moves like that. God made that happen.
God moved Russia.
Leave Putin alone. If you believe what God's saying in this book and what I just read in Ezra, where he said he divided the countries and put a leader, and God put a leader. He divided the countries and made them a leader. He put them crooked guys up there.
Right.
Leave them alone. You can't do nothing about that. That's his will. so that he can, then that's, look, through them, he running it. He ain't got to come down here and do nothing. He said, I just changed this guy's mind, and now all of a sudden, he don't like these people. And he want all of them dead. God does that.
Right.
So now, this guy, which is Israel, is going to be in Egypt. By the time I'm ready to get them out, I'm going to visit Egypt. And then I'm going to take them over to Canaan. And I'm going to visit Canaan. And we were like, at that time, we were God's sword.
Yeah.
But when we messed up with God, he removed us from being his sword and his rod of correction.
Right.
We were the ones that's supposed to correct everybody, and not all through teaching. By the time it came to where, if they would have stayed in the land and did what God said, all right? Let me just show you something. All right? All the nations later in time, all the nations of the world will come to Israel and say, yo, y'all got it. The God you serve, he is God. Teach us how to serve God.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're gonna go back to our country and have everybody like that one Assyrian king. Remember?
Right.
Which in Jonah's time, there were gonna be a time in the future where Israel would have been the dominant kingdom. And there would have still been the king of David, David's sons, sitting on that throne. It was never supposed to be division. See, the actions of these men made things go different. Okay? When he grabbed onto that robe and split it, he said, yeah, just like you did that, the Lord rent the kingdom from you.
That's right.
Because of our actions. Everything could be set up. And you got the blessing going, but then we messed it up. That's what they did. Everything was set up.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he did that, especially, man, same way, man, the kingdom going to be rent, and it never got back together. Hey, Chief Shama?
That's right.
The 10 tribes left, and they never come back.
Came back.
So there was never a reconciliation.
Stayed out there.
They stayed out there, man. They never came back to Israel.
Never.
The ones that were in Jerusalem now.
They're the ones that migrated to Africa.
Thank you. So I've been telling people, there's no way they're going to go all up into Europe, because that's where they was carried.
That's right.
The 10 tribes was carried into Assyria and up into the European countries.
Mm-hmm.
And they never came back down. They spread it. That's why you hear about Israelites in Ireland. You hear about them in Normandy, in Japan, in China. You hear them all up in the cold European states. People will say, hey, I'm not the tribe of this, I'm not the tribe of that.
Right.
They're naming the tribe. And while I'm listening, they're only naming themselves after the tribes out of the 10 that was taken up. Now, when they were taken up, hundreds of years later, you still had Israelites in Jerusalem, okay, which was the southern kingdom. You still had kings.
That's right.
You still had kings going on. Hezekiah, these guys, Zedekiah, everybody, Josiah. In the time of Josiah, the 10 tribes been gone. Then now, they got snatched up. They got taken into Babylon. But they came back. But not all of them. They went into Babylon. God sentenced them, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, to go into captivity in Babylon for 70 years. And they went in for 70 years. At the end of the 70 years, they came out. Nehemiah is the governor. He is the one that headed that operation. And they have all the names of the people that, and in all history books that I've read, 100% went in, but 100% did not come back. A lot of people stayed back for religious and economic purposes. You know what that means? And this is the land now, home now, right? The temple is there. They said, nah, man, I like it here better, man. There's more money here. I got a house here. I got everything here. It's cheaper here. Okay? Life is better over here. And you have others that say religious and economic purpose and business purposes. Okay? A lot of them stayed back because they got A lot of them start making money out there. They got into trade. Whoever runs the world runs trade. Where's the World Trade Center at? Okay, just think about it. Wherever the epicenter of trade is at, everybody has to go there to buy and get. I got most of my land is desert. I gotta import fruits from different countries. I get it through World Trade Center.
Right.
See how it go? So Babylon ran everything, and a lot of times they said, "Man, look, I'm making a lot of money selling apples out here in Babylon. I'm not going back over there, man." And a lot of them stayed there and lived like Babylonians. A lot of them said, "Man, nah, this is the God that brought us out of Egypt."
Yeah.
And they stayed there. And those were the ones that took Hebrew and flipped it and made it backwards.
Yeah.
Anytime you take a language and read it backwards, it's devilism. Can't speak pig Latin. You'd be surprised where that come from. We can't do everything everybody do. Any language you take and speak it backwards, you're speaking the tongue of the devil. Don't it sound weird? Play something back. The only ones that used to do that in music was rock and roll stars. The heavy rock and rollers that drink blood on stage and bite chickens' heads off. They got the pentagram up there. Yeah. They was the ones first starting it. The Illuminati, all that stuff when I was a kid in the 70s. But then when hip hop got famous, they said, "Oh, it's taking over." Get it too. It's in it too. It's in it too. If you look up to any of those celebrities, that's your idol.
That's right.
You can't go to a show. They're on a stage. They're over you. You going like this, you might as well go like this. It's the same thing. We can't entertain ourselves with those things. Can't go to a concert. First concert was for Bob. You think I'm playing? When they had them thing, a big statue, and it's a big gathering event, thousands and thousands of people pack up those coliseums back then to either see somebody fight and die or to serve the king, which was an idol also. That's why he looked at Abraham and said, "Look, if I show him this, he's gonna be different." He said, "And they shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. They're going to serve them, and it's not going to be easy. They're going to afflict them. You know what affliction means? It's going to make it hard. It's going to put them through pain, through sorrow, grief, and torture, and death, ill mistreatment, things that are not good, things that I don't want, I wouldn't want done for myself, right? I ain't going to do it to you. But you don't have no say-so in this because they running. That's why Moses said, "Man, I can't see this guy beating on my brother. If you keep beating on him, you're going to kill him. Because they beat you till you die. They beat you until you get back to work. But you can't work because the beating was too severe." That's affliction. No hope. No hope. No nothing of getting out of this. Like, this is how I'm going to die. Yeah. That was the affliction. God saved them out of that. He said, "But they're going to do this for 400 years. They're going to be down there." Tom Sheep.
Genesis 15 and 14.
Uh-huh.
"And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards they shall come out with great substance."
He just told them the whole plots to Exodus. He just said, Abraham already knew what was going to go on before it went down.
Yeah.
He knew it before he in the grave, before he even had all these children. This before Isaac. He didn't even have Isaac yet. And he's telling him, "Yo, you see, gonna be down here. They're gonna be slaves. Then I'm gonna bring them out with a mighty hand. And that same nation whom they shall serve, I'm a judge. And after that, they're gonna come out rich."
Right.
They're not the Israelites come out. He said they spoiled the Egyptians. They spoiled the Egyptians. That's why they had so much gold that they was able to make the ark and make the tabernacle. All that stuff that they came out with, God said, "Take that gold, do this, make that, overlay it with gold, boom, 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 boom." And all these things became holy vessels. Everything inside the tabernacle was holy, was separated for the use of the Most High God. Tell me.
And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come back here.
He said, thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Let me explain this one to you. Where is his fathers at? Where's his father at right now? Is God speaking to him? Is he alive or dead? Well, Abraham's father is dead. Terah been dead.
Right.
And his father dead. And his father dead. And his father, right? Those are Abraham's fathers. His fathers is all the ones who that came before me and my father. Our line, our lineage. That's his fathers. He said, thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. You're going to go see them in peace. There's only one way I see he's able to meet up with his fathers in peace. There's only one way. When Abraham dies, his spirit is going to go where his father's spirit is at. There's a spot where all his fathers is at because they were righteous. Adam, Seth, Enoch, Canaan, Mahali, those are his fathers. Noah, Lamech, Methuselah, all of these guys. Then Abraham come out the lineup. He said, you're going to be with them. After you die, you're going to go and see them in peace. That's what it means. He said, he shall be gathered unto his people. Right. How do I die and get gathered to my people? And I just left y'all. Y'all my people. Right or wrong. Right. And I don't have no other people. Y'all my people. I die, right? And I be gathered to my people. It's not a metaphor. So I got people on the other side too that died before me. And they were right. So if I'm correct before God like they was, I'm going to be in the same spot with them. So I'm gathered unto my people. He said he will see his fathers in peace. Mm-hmm. Okay? He shall be gathered unto his fathers. A lot of people used to say, well, he's going to be buried where his father buried. No, you don't have to be buried nowhere near your father. Because your spirit going to wind up in the same spot. Time sheet.
But in the fourth generation, they shall come back here, for the iniquity of the Amorite is not yet full.
He said, this ain't going to happen until the fourth generation, though. He said, but because I got to let it prolong and let it sit that way, because there's a mark set. He said, the iniquity of the Amorites. The Amorites is wording for all of the children of Canaan. There was a man named Canaan, and he had children. And those children are the tribes of Canaan. The Girgashite, the Parasite, the Amorite, all those ites and Hittites, and all those guys, Jebusites, Parasites, Girgashites, come out of Canaan, that one man. And they became tribes. And that's what you got, Canaan land. That's where Abraham walked up and down from. So he said, look, man, their iniquity has not yet been fulfilled. There ain't time yet. They had not done enough yet. So, read.
And it came to pass that when the sun went down, that it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning torch that passed between those pieces.
See, it came to pass when the sun got down, when the sun went down, when it got dark. Now, when the sun is down, you're past evening. You're into the next day now. Mm-hmm. He said, and it was dark. Uh-huh.
In the same day, Elohim made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim.
He said, look, man, your seed ain't even here yet, but they're going to get this land. When I bring them, when they come into existence and their generation come up and they're alive, they're going to have this land. Tamshi.
From the river of Mitzrayim to the great river, the river Perak, the Queni and the Kenizi and the Kadmoni, the Hittite and the Perizi and the Rephaim.
See, that's them. All of this is them. The Rephaims, they were giants. These guys were giants. They lived up in the mountainous areas. The Ammonites, the Amorites, were some mountain dwellers. They were hard to beat too. Yeah. Okay, that's why God said, don't be afraid. He told the people there, don't be afraid of them, because y'all ain't warriors. You came from slavery. Ancient, coming from farmers to being slaves and taken out now. So God had to tell, don't be afraid, man, because I know you're gonna be afraid of me. I got you. Fear me now. I'm the one that put it on them. I got this. Tamshi.
And the Amorite, and the Kinaani, and the Girgashi, and the Yerusi.
I go to Genesis 17.
Genesis chapter 17. When Abraham was 99 years
So
old.
in Genesis chapter 15, a deal was made, a covenant was made. That was the covenant was made. So you do these commandments here. He said, look, man, don't fear nothing. I got you. He said, I'm gonna make your seed to inherit this land. Tamshi.
When Abraham was 99 years old, Elohim appeared to Abraham.
99 years old. 1 off 100. Tamshi.
Elohim appeared to Abraham and said to him, I am the Almighty El. Walk before me and be perfect.
Now, you would think this is the first time God's speaking to him, right or wrong?
Right, that's right.
You would think that by reading this. But this is the Most High God, the creator of everything, everybody, of all life, the creator of life itself. Every time he pull up, he addresses himself. I am the Lord God. Okay? He said, walk before me and be perfect. He said, walk before me and be perfect. You know what being perfect is? Fulfill the commandments thereof.
Right.
Not not that every time you make a shot in basketball, you don't miss. Not that perfect. Perfect meaning that all these commandments that God has given us, you have to fulfill and keep. Then now you become perfect. You perfect how to live on this planet with God. That's the perfection. Okay? To walk in his commandments. That you can perfect. That's the perfection that pleases God. That's the perfection that's going to make you, that's going to make a difference, make you separate. Tamshi.
And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abraham fell on his face. And Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shalt thou name any.
So he said, bow to his face. There is no east. There's nowhere to face back then. He prostrated. That was a normal. Only be, we've been saying this for years now. We face the east. It's because not the sun. It was because of the place that God chose to place his name there in Jerusalem, in the temple. But it's not there no more. So what am I facing now? That setup is gone. Solomon set that up. Solomon said, yo, God, if any of our people, any of the seed of Israel is captive in a faraway land, it's been far away. You can't get, you may not never get back here. He said, if they pray towards this place, so wherever they at, they're in different locations, right or wrong.
Right.
But if they pray towards this place, outside of Jerusalem, you're going to have to face the east if it's going to be towards the place. Right. The place is the temple. But if the temple's not there, what are we facing?
Right.
You're facing the sun. Sun rises in the east. You think you're facing the temple, but it's not there no more. So the best thing to do, prostrate. Sit, put his face to the ground, spread his out.
Genesis 17, verse 5. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abraham, but thy name shall be Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and will multiply nations, and will make nations of thee, and the kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee.
He said, kings gonna come out of you.
Right.
All the kings of Israel, kings of David, Saul, Solomon,
Esau,
Hezekiah, all of the kings. He said, I'm gonna make kings come about you, man. Esau got kings. Ishmaelite got kings. He said, Chokshan, Medan, only the 12 Arabian princes. Arabia is a kingdom. They got a king right now. Their line comes from out of Abraham. All them guys.
That's right.
But the establishment of the blessing of the Most High God to do these commandments and walk further before him was established in Jacob.
That's right.
Okay? Tamshi.
And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting.
So I'm gonna keep establishing, I'm gonna keep this deal going with every generation of your seed to come. So after Abraham died, Most High came to Isaac. He said, well, you're the next contestant. You are eligible. You are eligible. You know what eligible means? You have been found worthy. You are able to do this. So the door is open for you. Pull up. Because you're able to do this. That's why the chance is there. That's why the opportunity is there. That's why the window of opportunity is open for you. It may not be for nobody else, just you.
Right.
It said one from a city,
To a family.
two from a family,
Mm-hmm.
or two from a city, one from either way, that's a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in the city, and you get one or two, and then it's a lot of families are numerous, and you probably only get one. Most of the time, you get one person out that whole family.
Right.
Look at the woman. I got a woman, right? I got her. She didn't grow up like this. I taught her, and she dedicated herself to what I taught her. Right? She switched over. She don't think like this no more. But she got a big family. And none of them think to say, hey, maybe she's doing the right thing. None of them think to say, let me sit down and ask my sister some questions. Because she seemed real serious with this guy here, with this stuff. And this is new stuff. Because I see a lot of good stuff in it. I could trust them. Them that do weird stuff. They don't do like everybody else, but I can trust them.
Right.
Ain't that something? So that's why God don't want everybody. And your family will see how serious you are. You serious. How serious you take it? They can't. Man, they're not your mother and father. Most of the time, it ain't even mother and father. It be brothers, sisters, aunties and uncles, aunties and unks. You want to turn you want to turn my son. You want to turn my daughter. That's why you got to watch them. That's why God said, get away from your family. You get away from your kindred. Guard your kids. Guard your wife. Because people have a tendency to put things in their head against your command. Trust me, man. It don't happen to the best. It don't happen to me. It don't happen to the best. You think you're being good? Nah, you gotta be a tyrant. You're gonna be a bad guy, man. Listen. You're gonna be a bad guy. Some people still gonna hate you.
Sure.
Okay? But the one thing is, you didn't keep shut when it came to God and his commandments.
That's right. I'm feeding my son's blood.
You did not back down when it came to God and his commandments.
That's right.
And that's why people don't like you.
That's right.
That's why.
That's why she don't like me.
That's why.
I'm feeding my son's blood.
That's why it's going down. I'm getting happy on certain days that you don't get happy
Playing
on.
with me, man.
And the days that you get happy on, there's no day for me to get happy on. So we're not going to agree on a lot
We
of
don't
things.
agree on nothing.
It's always going to be something. Because our agreements is not the same. So every other time, it's going to be a clash.
Talk about
Why? Shoot. Look, man. I get offended. Somebody talk down on my God. I get offended if you talk about what I have on. Talk about. It's offensive. Talk about. Please watch your mouth. And being so What's the word?
Don't play.
So hardy against God's words.
Don't play.
Tom Sheep?
To be an L to thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I will give to thee and to thy seed after thee the land in which thou dost sojourn, all the land of the Canaan,
Everywhere where you travel.
for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. And Elohim said to Abraham, thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, and thou and thy seed after thee in their generation.
He said, look, man, this is the deal. You got to keep the covenant, and after you die, your seed after you. In order to keep this thing going, every generation after you have to do the same thing that you just dealt with me. Okay? And thy seed after thee in their generations, in their time. He said, this is my covenant. This is my deal. This is what solidifies the deal between me and you. He said, which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. This is the sign of the deal, of the covenant that God made with Abraham. Okay? And the promise that he's going to keep with his seed. He said, every man child among you shall be circumcised. We're not even talking yet until you get circumcised, brother. You don't have no. Go get circumcised. Everything that you're doing does not count. Okay? All right. Initiation. You know what initiation means, right? In order to get into this club, you got to swallow a whole raw liver. But guess what? In order to do God's law, the only thing he required from man, before you do any Shabbat, before you do anything, you have to make an appointment with the hospital and go get your foreskin cut off. Every man is born with a piece of flesh around his genitalia, around his penis.
Yeah.
Up until this point, history is made. Because from Adam on down, everybody died with that foreskin. God did not incorporate this deal until just now with Abraham. Abraham's going to be the first man to get circumcised. He was the first man. And his sons were the first children, first sons to get circumcised. Then every man that lived in his household. I got a butler, okay? I got this guy, he holds all the cows down for me. This is my herdsman. Come on, bro. You got to get circumcised too. You have to get circumcised.
Yeah, that's what's holding you back.
Nothing. That's why the clearness ain't coming yet. Nothing can get started, no matter. I don't care what you do. You have to get circumcised. He said, "This is the deal. The deal don't start until you get circumcised, and you keep it. Every son that you have has to get circumcised.
Right.
That's what you have to do. And you got a son. Oh wow, I got a baby. You got a son. It says he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised. Now we don't have control of that part no more. We don't even know how to circumcise our own kids.
Yeah.
That's something that has to be medically done in this day and time. So you can call, and there's still hospitals that do it. You call and you have to make an appointment. Take the child in, even if it's not 8 days old, still get him circumcised. Spiritually, nothing you do will activate in you spiritually unless you do that.
That's right.
And God is not going to, you're not part of that deal.
That's right.
You're not part of the deal, man. Because you're going to say, this guy still got his skin hanging from him. And his son, and he had another son, and I look. He said, nah, by the time, when you going to take care of this? He said,
both my boys done.
You made sure of that, right?
Yeah, make sure.
I had to get some done too. I had to get some done too.
Mandatory.
Yeah. We had it good. We had a sister.
Yeah, I did it right here in the kitchen.
That we ain't had to take to the hospital.
Right here in the house.
And she did my son. She did his sons. She did your son too, right? She did one too, right?
No.
No? A lot.
Grandson.
Yeah. Still a lot of people.
Zaria.
Zaria got son here too. A lot of the males in this household
Yeah,
got done
yeah.
in this household.
My youngest
Right
son,
here in the house.
my youngest son just stared her down the whole
Time.
He didn't
I
cry.
remember.
He didn't cry. He just
I
stared at her like, "What are you doing?"
Like, yeah. I remember that, man. And look, man, you can't add on. You see, I gotta mention this now too, because when my son was getting circumcised, another brother was there, and he started saying prayers. I said, whoa, no prayers.
No prayers.
God didn't say do that.
That's right.
Listen, we have to follow direction.
That's right.
I was taught very aggressively that you have to follow directions
That's right.
to a T.
That's right.
If you do anything under, you took away.
That's right.
If you do anything more than what you were ordered to do, you added on.
That's right.
And when God tells these men, I want you to take this, go here, do this, and do that, they did exactly what God said.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay? You don't have to do nothing. Nothing has to be done. You don't even have to throw a party. There's nothing that have to be done. Just get it cut.
That's right.
Don't turn it into a ritual.
Yeah,
We
that's
have
what
a
you're doing. It's
we have a
ritual.
bad habit of taking things and turning it into a ritual. Okay? Ishmael got circumcised on the 13th day. Why? On his 13th year. Why? Because that's when God announced it and established it with Abraham. So whatever age those men was at the time, or whoever, all the males in his house, whatever age they were, they got circumcised. Okay? So nothing special happens when you're 13. This is where bar mitzvahs come from. Communions come from. All events that have to do when a child turns 13, male or female, is not validated by God's law.
That's right.
From African society to Catholic society to this society,
That's right.
to Jewish society.
That's right.
Bar mitzvah and bat mitzvah is not for Israelites.
AKA sacrificing.
Nothing happens when the child turns 13. We have to stop following people.
Yeah.
You will, but you follow them.
Yeah.
That's been our biggest sickness.
Yeah.
To point the finger and still do the same thing that you point the finger and looking down at.
Yeah.
I'm not going to no bar mitzvah. I'm not going to none of that. No, none of them. Those are Jewish, made from Jewish folklore.
Yeah.
Israelites are following a lot of Jewish heathenism.
Yeah.
What are you doing? We have to stick to what God said. It ain't in there.
You don't even
Nothing
realize
happened when you turn 13.
don't realize what you're doing.
The man just got circumcised. That's it.
You might as well take your child to church and get them baptized.
You might as well.
Same
Same
thing.
thing.
Same thing.
What do you say? El mismo. Same thing.
Same thing. Play with me,
You can't
man.
mess with this, man. You gotta do it the way God said. So he said, follow my commandments.
Yeah.
Follow my commandments. Follow my commandments. Follow my commandments. Because it's real easy for you to think you following them.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
It's real easy, man.
Talk about
You don't have to do nothing.
it. Talk about it.
That's why people tend to go, I'm going to go where more fun is at over here.
You better stick where it's where.
Because all that sex, all that fun is what's not in here.
So get
God
you
said
cut
you ain't
off.
got to do that.
It's gonna get you cut off.
That's why.
Get you cut off.
That's why I tell certain individuals, stick around the wise ones, man.
Yes.
Stick around the ones that's busting their butt. Stick around the ones who's aware of themselves.
Yeah.
You're not around people that are aware of themselves.
Yeah.
They just call themselves Israelites.
Talk about it.
Not all Israelites on point with this.
Talk about it.
Or else we wouldn't have got kicked out.
That's right.
We wouldn't have got kicked out. The majority got kicked out. God told them hundreds of years before, do these commandments, keep these commandments, don't marry into them people, because if you do, your sons are going to turn after the daughters you married them to.
That's
And their
right.
heart's going to turn away from me. Meaning they're not going to follow me and my commandments no more.
That's right.
They're going to follow the idol that she grew up with.
Right.
And he's going to allow her, like Solomon did.
Right.
That was his error. That was his mistake. That's when Nehemiah said, yo, that's why we messed up. Look what Solomon did. And it brought more Baalism into this. Look what Ahab did. He married Jezebel. That brought Bill worship. He already had worship of the sun, moon, and stars going on. Now she brings the Baal worship. Because he allowed her to. He never stopped her. He never said, yo, curse your God.
That's right.
He never made her go against the rules of the
Right.
God that she was brought up with.
That's right.
Stop the break, because when you do that, there's a beginning of breaking of the spirit that you have that's inclined toward this thing.
That's right.
Everything is nothing but what your spirit is used to. It can all get broke. So God shows. You can break whatever that you like that God don't like. You can break it.
That's right.
Whatever religion that you came out of, you can break it.
That's right.
Whatever lifestyle you came from, you can break it.
That's right.
It's only one way though. With this, it can only be broken with God and His commandments.
That's right.
Because now it puts you in a holy bracket, in another bracket. You ain't got to look back. Some shit.
This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin. And it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you. Every man child in your generations, he that is born in your house or bought with money of a
Every
stranger.
man that's in your house. You're not responsible for what's outside of your house. I don't care. It ain't going on in my house. I don't let it concern me. It's like, I don't care what's going on in that man's house. It's his business. I care what's going on in my house. No pollination shit here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is correct. Some shit.
He that is born in thy house,
Uh-huh.
he that is bought with thy money,
Uh-huh.
must needs be
Because
circumcised.
that's back then, you know, we ain't buying nobody with money now. All right? Abraham, because see, God was speaking to rich people too, you know. When they came out of Egypt, they was rich. Their status went up. Yeah, it spoiled the Egyptians. They ain't just come out slaves on, and now we got to start all over. We got to become criminals. The woman got to go to prostitution, like here. They said, well, the slaves are free. But why you ain't take the slaves where you picked them? Take them back where you brought them. That was gas. That was all high cap, not regular cap. High cap. That's cap in bold letters. They stay right here and know what's going to happen. They're going to get desperate. And they're going to become scavengers, the lowly. And you make a system to where you could keep making money off them. That's what we got today. All of that, God said it. We'll put them in a situation where they're going to serve those people. Once you serve another person, you are under their system. You know, the system is designed to what? The system is designed against the black man. Whatever you want to believe, the system is not for you. Your captors, the ones that run it. And God is the one that gave them that. Because of our what? Iniquities, our sins with God.
There will never be a revolution.
It's so much sin and iniquity they did back here that it's still trickled down to this day and time. And today, the generation of today keeps it going. All right? How she?
And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, the flesh of whose foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off.
You're going to be
among his
cut
people.
off.
He has broken my covenant.
You're going to be cut off. You're never going to get to do this. You will not open up to the sight of doing this. You're not going to be able to make up your mind. You're not going to wind up here in a little while. You will be cut off. When you get cut off from something, you're not around it. You're not around it. And in time to come, after time, you won't be around it.
Right.
You are cut from it. My fingers are cut off of my hands.
Right.
They're not together no more. That's what it means. You're going to be cut off from what you was a part of.
Right.
Tamshi.
And Elohim said to Abraham, as for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her
Say,
name.
look, man, your wife, Sarai, that ain't her name no more. That ain't her name no more. Her name is Sarah. And see, I ain't gonna promote this being that God said that a man and a woman is one. A man and his wife is one, right or wrong. He's not gonna go against that. So when he promote the husband, the wife get promoted too. You know that, right? Yeah. Whatever level the husband on, he gonna make sure his wife on that level. He don't keep that for himself.
Yeah.
He teaches his wife. And she's eager to learn. And she wanna learn. And by God, if her husband not around and you go against, she will show you whose side she on.
Right.
She gonna show you. Because she's one with her husband. I respect that a lot, man. But he did this and he did that. Look at that woman. She ain't go nowhere. That woman ain't go nowhere. She's still with him. She's still with him. She minding her business.
Right.
And look, the woman ain't even Israelite. She's serving of a God. But she got qualities of a woman that served God. Ain't that something? That's why God said, if I look to somebody else, I look to another nation, they would have believed me, they would have served me. They would have put y'all to shame. Anybody else I went to, so don't be thinking too high of yourself.
Say it again.
Don't think too high of yourself.
Very high of yourself.
Because if I went to the stranger that you look at so much, the guy that's out there messing around, and I went and revealed myself to them, they would have followed. They wouldn't give me this hard time, man.
Come on, man.
Look how they serve their God happily.
You don't even take the tree down in January. You leave it up all year round. Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
Still up.
It's still up.
Oh, man.
Play with me, man.
Time sheet.
And I will bless her.
Okay, hold on. Interjection, real quick. Isaiah 51, y'all don't have to go there. I'm going to read this to you. All right? It said, hearken to me. Listen to me. Anytime you hear the word hearken, it means follow, listen, follow, and do. Not just listen and don't do. Hearken means you're listening with the intent to do what you're listening to. It says, hearken to me, ye, all those that follow after righteousness.
Oh.
If you want to follow after righteousness, right?
Check this out.
He said, listen to me. He said, ye that seek the Lord. Because if you follow after righteousness, only righteousness is what God says is righteousness.
Right.
The way to seek the Lord now, you want to find this out. He said, look unto the rock whence ye are hewn. Look from whence you come from. He said, and to the hole of the pit from whence you are digged. He says, you men, look from the rock that you come from, because y'all little stones and pebbles. That's why they called them the stones back in the day. Look from the rock that you come from. And the woman, you got an example. Look from the pit, the hole that you came out of. Okay? He said, for the Lord, he said, look unto Abraham, your father. Abraham is the rock. That's your example. He said, and unto Sarah that bare you. Your father and your mother, Sarah and Abraham. Those are the examples. If you want to be like anybody, if you're gonna follow, if you're gonna look to the example, now there's a lot of good examples in here too, right? But let me tell you something, man. If it wasn't for Abraham, we wouldn't have had no way. We wouldn't have had David. We wouldn't have had Moses.
Right.
God, we always remember. Oh, but the new, don't forget the old.
Right.
When you forget the old, you got something new going on. You're doing your own thing. People open the Bible and go to the back of the book, which is the New Testament. Instead of go through the Old Testament and you ain't gonna reach the New. Because what's in the Old tell you to stay away from the New. What's in the Old Testament tells you, explains what's in the New and to stay away from. They don't have nothing to do with each other. It was written down at different times from different type of men. Somebody just said, you know what, we're gonna put it together. That way we're gonna put it together, and most of the world do both. Most of the world do both. Because most people live New Testament by proxy. Because you follow the world.
Yep.
He said, look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone. I didn't call nobody else. There was nobody else to call at that time in the planet Earth but Abraham. He said, I looked at everybody's heart. Bing! It's the only one that shined bright. It's the only one that I could tell certain things and then believe. And he can teach you how to be perfect before him. Right? He said, and he blessed him and increased him. That's our examples. God looked to Abraham. Abraham lived a simple life. Abraham lived a simple life, and he was separated. He didn't live amongst the Canaanites. Jacob and them didn't live amongst the Hittites and the children of Het. You had to travel into town from them. Isaac and them, they lived on the outskirts of the city. See, the city limits, once you get to the city limits, you hit country, you hit the out. That's where they was at, in the middle of nowhere, in the desert area, separated from the people. We couldn't live amongst them. It said Dinah got up and went down to the city of what? Shechem. She didn't live in Shechem. She had to go there. She went to go see who? The daughters of the land, her friends. Her friends. Her friends. All the little female friends in school. Y'all know how to get down. I don't have to say the words. I don't have to say the insulting words. Okay? We ain't gotta go there. But you know how they think. You know, everywhere you see them, they got a phone in front of them and they doing TikTok. And they doing this, doing that. Everywhere, all over. You go down the block, these little girls TikToking. And all they, what they doing? Dancing and shaking themselves up. Dancing and shaking themselves up. Showing off their body. Dancing and shaking themselves up. Showing off their body. That's all the little girls is taught to do. Keep your little girls from them. Keep your little girls from them. Watch your young boys. They want to feminize the boys. Right? They want to toughen up the girls and feminize the boys. Watch it, man. Don't allow everything to just go down with your children, man. Because everybody else do it, because you see it on this TV show. And they said it's a good thing. That's not a good thing. God tell us what's good, man. The man come up here every week and he tells you, God tells us what's good. And he tells us what's wicked. And he tells us what's pleasing to him and what's disgusting to him. Whatever's disgusting to God is an abomination. An abomination could be something you wear, something you do, something you say, something you eat, or something you attend. And that's what will make the person an abomination. Now I got this on. I'm at this event. I ain't supposed to be here.
Entertainment is abomination.
It's an abomination. What's your entertainment? Everybody's twerking, even the men.
Shaking their hips.
What's up? I see them doing this stuff like this. That's a girl dance. I see dudes doing it. Make a man version. Put your guns up and do something manly. Why you gotta do the same thing the females, the girls do? And that's why the girls rise up on the boys. Because they doing this. I don't see no difference. Man, he can't tell me nothing. And they grow up with this attitude. Then when they meet a real one, he's a villain. He's a bad guy. He's this. He's that. That's what's been going on, man. You got all these aggressively superhero women now. And then the men don't have nothing to say. said, yeah, right, brother? He said, well, I don't know, man. Oh, shoot. You with it too? Ain't you a man? This is different now. It's different days now, man. Everybody. I don't want to hear about we all black. I don't want to hear that. Don't mean nothing.
I'm not black. I serve God.
It probably meant something in the 60s. Right? It probably meant something then. It don't mean nothing. Not when it comes to God. If you got one eye and you are a color that nobody's never seen before, and you want to serve God, you can serve God.
Get away from these Afro-Americans.
That's it.
African American.
This is not subjected to a color of people. God is not that. He said, I look into the hearts of man.
Facts.
I don't look into the skin of man.
Facts.
I know what I created. Different sizes, different colors, different shapes. So I look in your heart.
Black people are not the people of God.
No. The people of God are the people or individuals who have made up their mind to serve God in the bounds of these commandments of the first 5.
Black people is not the chosen people.
All right?
Okay?
Okay?
What makes you
Just get out of that,
how you
man.
live.
How you live. And he said, walk before me and be perfect. That's what matters.
That's it.
So if I walk up in here, look, if I walk up in here with a Chinese woman, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I ain't Moses. But look, she ain't gonna have me in the church.
Man.
She gonna be here.
Talk about it.
Or it's gonna be a problem.
Talk about it.
You're gonna eat that unleavened bread. Or it's gonna be a problem. I'm having flashbacks, man. You ain't gonna diss my God, man. I'm not gonna, you ain't been living with me and diss my God. I don't have that.
Man.
I'm by myself. It's easier by myself.
Facts. Get away
I
from
can
me.
watch myself. I ain't gotta worry about me.
Get away from
I gotta worry about you. And you may change your mind 300 years from now.
facts. What you did.
You understand what I'm saying?
Get away from me.
So, yo, that's why God said, I only look to the man, this man Abraham, because he commanded his house. So they're gonna do what he says.
That's a fact.
It's gonna be a problem.
That's a fact.
And that's rulership.
Man, get off
That's
my face.
how you rule. But ruling, if I have to be a tyrant to rule my house, I'm gonna be a tyrant. But we did not have to be like that back then. God was talking to these guys. I mean, let me tell y'all something. A lot of stuff God said was to them. Because they were godly people, around godly people, doing godly things. We have to fit ourselves in there. They lived in the whole community of Israel. Everybody thought the same way this house is thinking. Downstairs, across the hall, across the street, over there, when our horn blow, everybody's blowing their horn around here.
Right. Nobody think like this household. You said it right.
Nobody.
Thinking like this household.
And that's the difference, man. Yeah. Yo, man, listen, this is the greatest thing for man to ever have. This is it. I know one thing, you accomplish this before you die. You die in your faithfulness with God. You will live forever when he brings you back. He will bring you back because all over the book it talk about restoring the soul, replenishing the soul, bringing the soul back. God, David said, God will quicken me and I will sit on the throne again.
His power in
You think that's metaphor, brother?
He can create new world.
That sound like he rapping? Like he's speaking metaphoric or something?
No, he's not.
He said, yo, I'm good. You know what, David? And I'm going to give it to you in layman's terms. Okay. I'm good with God. So when I die, he's going to bring me back again because I follow his commandments. And his law is my light. That's what David said about his law. God said that, David said that God's law, thou shalt not, is his light. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? That's his light. That's what keeps his soul from going towards the dark. The dark is the iniquity. The dark is this. The dark is birthdays. The dark is Christmas trees. The dark is bar mitzvahs. All these things.
Talk about it.
We're not supposed to be. Look,
Talk
man,
about it.
what we was not taught, we ain't supposed to be into.
Talk about it.
Let's not forget
Talk
the
about
teachers. A lot of people say, hey, it's my teacher, it's my teacher, it's my teacher. Do you follow what your teacher told you?
No, it's not your teacher.
Are you still doing what your teacher told you?
No.
Your father's your
Not
teacher
your
too.
teacher.
So let's not forget certain things, man. We ain't got no business attending nothing, man.
Talk about it, man. Say it
It's
again,
not
man.
teaching their children this crap, man.
Say it again, man.
Let them get in here.
Dude,
Let them get in this.
Say it again, man.
Sit down with them.
Say it again, man.
Cause the kids to understand.
Say it again, man.
You can't force it in their head. You gotta sit with them.
Say it again,
See, that's
man.
why separation is a must. You gotta watch who come around your family, man.
Say it again, man.
Because it ain't nothing to put something in the child head or your wife's head.
Say it again, man.
And now she asking a question. They said, where this come from? You ain't supposed to be asking me
Say it
this
again, man.
after all this time.
Yeah.
Who you been listening to? What you been watching?
Who you been
Who
talking?
you been talking to?
Yeah.
You got any complaints about me, baby girl? It's better to complain to me
Yeah.
about me.
Yeah.
Go to nobody and complain on your husband.
Rev Snoop Dogg. Snoop. Man made a move too.
Yeah, he made a move.
So yeah.
See that,
You wanna
right?
complain?
He said you want to
How
complain.
that feel?
See? You see?
You
Don't
want to
bring-
complain?
Ain't no such thing as marriage counselors, y'all.
Yeah, none.
He told her, man.
Marriage counselor.
Look, I have nothing to say to no man's wife about their relationship. Okay? That's not our ways. He said, go humble yourself to your husband.
The second time?
She said, I can't see myself to do that. A couple of episodes later, they're having a date
She
together.
complained again. How that feel? Miss Lucille? She said,
See, look that way.
Like, yeah, I told
See?
you.
That's what happened. You went outside of your relationship with your man.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Mm.
Don't do that. You got some who slip in.
That's right.
And they use their title to take advantage of the situation.
But it's
Okay.
only right. It's only right.
We should open that up. But me personally, like I said, a woman better not come explaining to me nothing about her man. I'm like, yo, I got this number right here.
go talk to her.
Yo, son, your she's right here. Yo, here, talk to her, man.
Come get your girl, boy.
Uh-huh.
What you trying to do? I don't want you. I don't even pay you attention like that. You're not mine. So I don't pay you that attention.
Facts.
You my brothers.
Facts.
So you don't get that familiarity out of me, man.
Facts.
No. We don't play that. There is no room for that type of stuff here.
Facts.
Okay? This is what opens up stuff.
Yeah.
Open up doors that's not supposed to be open.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna make people wonder and think.
Yeah.
Now the distrust is there.
That's right.
Now you wonder why the man is thinking jealousy now.
That's right. That's right.
So you got any complaints, baby girl? Can I come speak? Can I speak to you? Yeah, you can speak to you. Okay. You made me feel this way when you said this. When you did. You know, I will listen. You're my woman. I am your Lord.
Yeah,
You are supposed to come to me.
I would listen.
Facts.
You're supposed to come to me. And by me seeing you come to me,
It's gonna make me hungry.
get
I'm
this. You get this. I open up, I listen. I be like, okay, but look, man, the only reason why I got because of that, and I will explain myself to you,
Right.
like God do,
Right.
Facts.
right or wrong.
Right.
But you gotta come right with me. You gotta meet up with me, man. You gotta meet up with me, okay? Tell shit.
And I will bless her, and give thee your son also of her, and I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of
And
nations.
she shall be a mother of nations. So she gonna get not only the man get the blessing, the woman get it too.
Mhm.
Now she's a mother of many nations.
Yeah.
Kings of people shall be of her. All the kings of Israel came out of these two people. Tell me, she. You know how old they are?
Mhm.
Abraham's 99 years old. Today, at 99 years old, your back ain't working. You might not be able to even walk. Usually, the normal way time goes in the age of a man. Okay? Tell she. And with a woman, to get pregnant at her age, that, 89? 89 years old. As soon as he breathes on her, she gets pregnant. Look at these women today. They can't hold a baby. And if they do, they get all kinds of complications. They get sick. They develop diabetes. She ain't never had diabetes. She get pregnant, now she got it. So that don't happen with them. Yeah. This is a miracle. A 99-year-old man and his 89-year-old wife about to have a child. The next year. So that means he's going to have him at 100. Right or wrong? Because he said at this time. Boom, boom, boom. Look at this, man. That's the miracle right there. That's the sign to show. God said, look, man, this is how you going to know I'm telling you the truth about what I'm going to do. You're going to have a son at this time next year. You and your wife. You're going to have your own. And that's why Sarah laughed. Right? She laughed and said, there's only one way a woman is going to get pregnant. A man has to go in her, and she copulate the seed from him, and she conceive and have a child. That's the only way. You cannot get pregnant by a ghost or a spirit. That ghost or spirit will have to materialize like the angels did.
Miss Magdalene didn't get impregnated by those.
There was no such thing as a Holy Ghost. According to that story, the husband wanted to kill her.
I would have too.
He said, wait, what? He said, he didn't believe that story. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. You can't come to no man and tell no man that you got pregnant and it was and he didn't do it.
You can't tell me.
He said, well, look, it's not yours. What you mean it's not mine? It's a problem if it's not mine. It's not supposed to be nobody else's.
Right.
It's not supposed to be nobody else's.
Right.
Nobody's. So what you telling me? Where you get this from? You a child. A ghost did it? The Holy Spirit did it?
You know, go to
Say, yeah, okay.
sure.
Oh, killed. Come shoot.
Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, shall a child be born to him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah
I
that
told
is 99
somebody
years
last
old
week
give birth?
that Sarah wasn't the only one that laughed within their heart.
He
I
laughed
said
first.
both of them laughed.
He laughed first.
I said what amazed Abraham is they're going to have a child at 100 years old. That's what blew his mind. I still got strength to put a baby in a woman. That's why I say the sperm. Look, if you could be 130 years old, you get a woman pregnant. That don't die.
The life don't die.
The life don't die.
See,
It stays with them. Till the time when a woman can't get pregnant no more.
Yeah.
But a man can still get a 150 man, 150 years old. He can hardly move. But he can move just enough to be with a woman. Okay?
Yeah.
And she's 20 years old. She getting pregnant.
Yep.
That's right.
So he said, yo, man, I'm going to have a baby at this old. He said, and shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? Is she's able to hold? You know what they go through? Thank God we're men. Do you know what they go through? Do you have a whole human being? Sometimes two. He's taking all the energy out of you, man. You got something in you. That's why Rebecca said, whoa, hold up, man. Why am I thus? This is not regular. This is not regular. I can't even, whoa. You know what it is, man. You know what it is. You know what they go through. That's why you say, yo, man, your mama, you do whatever she tells you to, man. It don't have to make sense to you. Just do it. That's where you get the blind allegiance to serve God. With practice made perfect. Practice on both ends. Practice with God, practice with parents. Practice with God, practice with parents. You get both of them.
You see what Tobit told about us?
What are you talking about?
He said, when I die, he said, don't grieve your mother.
Don't grieve your
He said,
mother.
and bury her in the same grave with me. He said, don't grieve her, man.
For him not to grieve her,
The Father
is he around or is he away?
He's around.
He's around.
Around.
So you mean because see, If I'm away, I can't grieve her.
Don't play with me.
I can't grieve her.
Don't
I have
play
to
with
be
me.
around here. I have to be here. I have to be here
I said, don't play with me.
in order to be able to make her happy or sad. That's what I'm saying.
Don't play with me.
So he said, don't grieve her. So he didn't have to tell him, yo, don't leave your mother, man. Don't go up with her. They didn't do that.
Facts.
Learn the ways, man.
Facts.
They didn't do that.
Facts.
Learn the
They
ways.
stuck around.
Facts.
Look, the only way their mother say, well, look, listen, come, you gonna marry this man here. And you go with him.
Facts.
Other than
than that,
you don't go nowhere, man.
Learn the ways.
This is why men come and request, and the parents say, well,
Check
look,
yourself.
you engaged to her. It's a certain time, or it's a stipulation.
Yeah.
And whatever that time or stipulation, you gotta meet that requirement, man.
Yeah.
You say, yo, give my daughter 4 years for her to finish college. I just want her to finish college. I put her in college. I want her to finish college, man.
Yeah.
Why don't you respect that, man?
Yeah.
Why don't you respect that, man?
Right.
It's the man's daughter, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let him finish his investment
Yeah.
before you take her away
Yeah.
and receive all the benefits and good training that this man don't get with his daughter.
Yeah.
Have a heart, man.
And if a man take his daughter from you and you run off with her talking about y'all married, guess what? Y'all not married.
Not married. Not
So
married.
there's no such thing. Y'all was just shacking.
Saul
That's right.
took Michal from David and said, you're not married to him no more. You're married to Paltiel. And nobody, was it a sin? Did God say it was a sin? Did David say it was a sin?
Yeah.
No.
Nobody said it was a sin. That was the right of the father.
Yeah.
He can write, he can allow or dedicate anytime he wants concerning his daughter.
I never was married.
And it wasn't because he was king either.
Yeah. Talk about
He said the father utterly refused.
Talk about it, man.
Look, I don't care if she's pregnant.
Talk about it.
I still don't want him with us.
Talk about it. That's what it is.
He don't have to have a reason. It says, if a father utterly refused, he shall explain the reason. And if it's valid, did it say that?
No.
It said, if a father utterly refused,
That's what
for
it
whatever
is.
reason. He refused. He said, well, I still don't want it to go there.
That's what it is.
And it don't go there.
That's what it is.
Yo, man, you get you a daughter.
That's what it is.
You get you 2, 3 daughters and keep them from giving up their virginity and keep them right and guide them correctly to be God-fearing women. I'm not just going to let them go and be with anybody, man. And if I see, well, no, man, if I knew it was like this, I would have gave it to her. Nullify. I can nullify it. I don't need no paper. I don't need no sign. I don't need no document. I don't need nothing. Because I'm the father. Because I'm the father.
Talk about
I run that. Time sheet. And God gave me that right. That's right. Let's not forget who gave me that right to say yes or no.
That's right. God did.
Time sheet.
And Abraham said to Elohim,
Uh-huh.
oh, that Ishmael might live before thee.
What about Ishmael, man? I hope that he lived before you. Because without that blessing, he ain't going to live before you like that. Yeah. God says, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant and with his seed after him. He said, that's for Ishmael. He said, I heard you. I know, man, I got you, man. I'm not going to do for one of your kids and don't do for none. I'm not going to give one kid a cookie and don't give the rest of the kids a cookie. Everybody going to get a blessing. Okay? He said, behold, I have blessed him and made him fruitful and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes. Everybody got 12 princes. Everybody got a 12 tribe. Okay? He said, 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. He said, but my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. He said, they left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. He said, after that, God left, he went up. He said, he went up from talking with him, right? He said, what happened after that, Kazakh? Verse 23.
And Abraham took Ishmael his son and all that were born in his house.
So immediately after I got the order, circumcision. It's time for you to circumcise and your son on the 8th day. And any man in your house that was born in your house have to be circumcised. Okay? That's like, as soon as you come and you find out about this, you gotta get circumcised. As soon as the woman come and find out about this, you gotta come out them pants. Why is Israelite women still wear pants? Why is Israelite woman that was born in the way of life, like me, like us, still wearing pants? Woman in Israel wearing pants is like a man in Israel wearing a skirt.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Show me where this is not correct. There's nothing wrong with it.
Americanized.
The only thing left now is to eat ham. Eat ham and say it's not pork, it's not unclean. That's where we're headed. That's where we're headed, man. We're gonna have pork and beans and say, no man, this ain't even unclean, but it's pork.
They got vegan ham.
Because that's where our heads is at with the other laws.
Vegan ham.
Come see.
And Abraham took Ishmael his son and all that were born in his house and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the self-same day,
As
Abraham
God
had
has
to
said.
him.
So that tells me, and I was taught, this is how you do it. You read and see how they actually said, man, as soon as God left off speaking to Abraham, he went immediately and did it. What is the reason for waiting? Why do we wait to do the commandments? Why do we wait? Why do we say, okay, I'm going to get to that? Why you can't do it now?
Took God on hold.
Think about it.
Yeah.
That's the sickness of being wicked for so long. You're not jumping on it too quick. If Abraham was a dude that whatever God said, he immediately established it within his life, within his house. Township.
And Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his
99
foreskin.
years old. See, you don't have to be 8 days. Look, if it really had to be that way, God would have made sure he was circumcised at 8. All right? He was circumcised at 99. Isaac at 13. Isaac at 8 days. Ishmael at 13. And he had more men in his servants in his house, but it never recorded what age they were. They were all different ages. So I'm going to say it one more time. Nothing happens when you turn 13.
Sons of Keturah.
Nothing happens when you turn 13. You don't have to go have no bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah, ak mitzvah. You know, everybody does that. You ain't nothing doing nothing special, you know. Everybody does that. In the Catholic world, it's called communion. Okay?
They don't read about that nowhere in the book.
Just because Drake, the rapper, did a bar mitzvah, that don't mean nothing.
Drake worship the devil.
He down with the owl.
And he'll tell you too.
That's what he down with. The owl. Y'all don't know about that. The owl is a symbol.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Bill worship the devil too.
That's right. Oh, what you mean by the pillar? The
Yeah.
pill. We call him Pill. We don't call him Bill. We call him Pill.
Yeah, he worship the devil
Phil
too.
Cosby.
Yeah, he worship the devil. He's a devil worshiper. He'll tell you himself.
These guys bring celebrities into that stuff. They're called gatekeepers. Y'all don't even know what's going on in that world, man. Stop looking up to them and stop going by everything they say in their songs, man. Stop going by everything they say in their songs. Because if you go by God's commandments, you can't do what they saying in their songs. You ain't gonna be able to do it. Everything they say in their songs, the man and the woman, is against God and his commandments. To be a whore, be a whoremonger, to steal and rob, fornicate at the highest degree. Okay? All types of lewd acts. Okay? Oral this, oral that, this, putting stuff where it don't belong. All of that. You looking at these people, man? You going by what these people shouting with, man? What they say?
Yeah.
You idolize them. Yeah. He said Abraham was 99 years old. He was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the self-same day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and brought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. That, I hope you got what was brought earlier today and this afternoon. And enjoy the rest of the Shabbat day. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.